There are many vacancies in the department, but we've all advertised those positions while in the process of filling them. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Thank you very much for that. I must say that we must first, on behalf of this committee, let's send our condolences to the department on the passing of Papita. Brutal assassination is not something that we must take lightly. We did send the condolences via the Premier when he appeared before the committee in September. And you see, there's something I don't really understand. Maybe you should explain. When it comes to the responses for the current period, the financial statement, I would understand what you're saying. But to remember that when it came to COVID investigation, it was long before that unfortunate incident. Because remember, you first said your department had to give us responses. We didn't get them. I'm talking about COVID-19 responses now. And there were no responses. We came to the meeting. It was before that unfortunate incident. We had a discussion. There was a promise that within a week we'd get those responses. No, we didn't get it. And I hear you are saying Peter was responsible for that, but at the time, it was long before that incident. I think that's really the issue we're trying to address. What is exactly the problem? Thank you.
My understanding is that those responses were sent even though they were not sent on time. Maybe I would also request the...
But also from the side of the NEC, maybe just to investigate internally, to say what are really the problems. And
what we need to do is that our team and your team NEC must talk about when and everything, not now, after this meeting. But secondly, just as an advice, NEC, I think when we write letters to you and ask for comments, or for reports, or for responses to questions, I think KTC says if you are unable to before the time
against the department have however increased by 686 million compared to the previous year, that is a 19-20 financial year. So one, the department must please provide plans it has to prevent or minimize the occurrences of the various claims against it. And the second question would be that where such a plan existed, can the department provide details of the weaknesses which were identified in the plan and provide the committee the details of the intervention plans? And question 2 is on payables which exceeded voted funds to be surrendered. The committee has noted that in the financial year under review, the department has not made payments of 1.899 billion within the 30 days prescribed by Treasury Regulation 8.2.3. And that, had the full amount been paid, the department would have realized an unauthorized expenditure of about 795 billion, as reported by the AG. Therefore, the department must provide details for not paying the amount of 1.8 billion within the 30 days period as required by Treasury Regulation 8.2.3. Must provide progress made by the 30th of September 2021, which I think it has already passed, in finalizing the matter on the payment of the amount of 1.8 billion, which was not paid within the 30 days period by the 31st of March 2021. And the department must also provide details on how the department has or intends to deal with the payments of the 759 million, which was not part of the voted funds. And lastly, on sub-question 2, the department must provide us with details on how they have dealt with the matter of the excess amounts over the voted funds which has experienced in the previous 2 financial years. That is 18, 19 and 19, 20. The third question, which is the final question from myself, is regarding the fire which took place at Charlotte Matlothe Hospital in April 2021. The department must provide its assessment of the possible financial impact of the damage caused by the fire. And finally, the plans developed and time frames set to restore the section and services which were affected by the fire on their original stage. I thank you. I will pause there and Chairperson.
Thank you. Over to you, Lucy.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and I will head over to the HOD, maybe to respond to some few questions, and then I will add, Chair, where it's necessary. Thanks.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to the members and colleagues. Good morning once more, Chair. I am Zulu. I'm the acting head of the department for Gauteng Health. As the guidance of the Chair, the questions that have been asked are contained in a couple of documents that we submitted, but for a summarized response, I'm going to request that the CFO goes into a brief version of the response, and if there are follow-up questions, we are going to refer to some documents that illustrate some of the plans that have been made. So I'm going to request that the CFO does that in a brief manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, HOD. The question on material uncertainties, in a nutshell, over and above the response that we've already given, Honourable Member Kekana, we take note of the fact that majority of the transactions that are in there relate to legal claims. There's several cases that we have carried through over the past financial years where these claims have major financial implications on the overall performance of the department. And as you have noted, the department has spent almost 100% of its budget allocation in the past 2 financial years. I think in 1920 we had about 96%, and the majority of the funds that were not spent were then
points and actions that as government people should be engaged in. And I think it has a good reflection. But I would like to make
Thank you, Chair. The uncertainties that we have is basically talking to issues of the departmental performance in the near future. There are cases where we know the prospects of us winning, if these matters are taken to court, are going to be very slim. And these will now have serious financial implications, hence you see the balances increasing. Almost every month in a financial year, there are medical legal cases or claims which are brought to the attention of the department. Some of them are cases that have happened back in the year 2000, and the years that follow. But we take note of the fact that there's a need for us to really deal with issues of medical legal cases and to prevent, the recurrence of such incidences in the future. Relating to payables exceeding voted funds, in a nutshell, there are services rendered in the organization almost on a daily basis, based on the responsibility that we carry. We take care of patients daily, we admit patients, we see outpatients on a daily basis. So with us providing services up until the 31st of March, it's almost unavoidable or impossible for the department not to have any balances carried into the new financial year. So majority of the transactions that we see are not only impacted by issue that the budget becomes depleted towards the end of the fourth quarter of the financial year, but there are commitments that we carry in terms of servicing the organization moving forward. I will not talk to issues of 30 days, Chairperson. I think we all know that there are cash flow challenges that we have. We are overcommitted and we do not necessarily have the adequate funding. There are issues that we cannot necessarily avoid. If somebody had an accident, as an example, we cannot say because we don't have sutures, we therefore cannot attend to the patient. We will do what it takes to ensure that we save the lives of those who are in need out there. So in all fairness and honesty, some of the procurements that we made, it's on the basis of us ensuring that we save lives. And we would rather have an issue of reprioritizing funding than to lose a person whom we cannot bring back if they pass on. So the role that health plays, in all fairness and honesty, Honourable Member, is not something that we can ignore, because it's all about the lives of the citizens of the country and those who live in it. The issue of fire at Charlotte, I'm not sure if HOD would want to respond to that issue, but we have not yet finalized the financial implication or the cost implications of servicing or fixing Charlotte as a whole. I think our deliberations with DID, we're talking to plus minus $1 billion that we are anticipating to spend over the next 4 years or 5 years. They were talking of plus minus 2027 or 2025, where the entire facility will now be fully functional. But we take note of the fact that there are discussions in terms of, cutting on the frills that have taken place. And the last time we spoke to DID, there was a preliminary figure of about 930 million. It's not yet confirmed. There are things that we might decide to say, okay, these ones can be put on site for a while, but let's then get the basic services to be brought back into Charlotte. So I wouldn't talk much into that issue, ma'am, until such time that we have the actual document in terms of the scope and overall cost that will bring Charlotte back into normality. Thank you.
Chair, if I may come in there, what we have on hand is a plan that is taking us to end of 2024 to get the whole of Charlotte up and running. And for the area of accident and emergency, we have had a private sector coming in through Solidarity Fund to work on the accident and emergency, and they will partially make it available towards the end of the month of December. And then we are looking at taking out some of the services, like we had oral health services at Charlotte. They are being moved to Khanyile Academic Hospital to make sure that the academic side of things and oral services are also continuing from there. In that aspect, by the 31st of March 2022, we will be ready to continue those services at Khanyile Academic Hospital. So in the challenge that we had as a department is that from DID side, we got 1.17 billion to put Charlotte back into functionality. And that for us would have meant for our Program 8 budget, which is about 2.2 billion, half of it would be committed over the ATF to Charlotte. And then it meant other services, other infrastructure projects would be crowded out. Then we went to Treasury to request that let us review these figures and really be taken step by step through all the phases of infrastructure development system to ensure that we comply with the IDMS and also clear each stage of infrastructure development as we move along, rather than going as an emergency intervention and not taking care of the other stages that might that might prove to be more expensive. So, Chairperson, in a nutshell, as far as Charlotte is concerned, we are hoping the whole facility will be functional by the end of December 2024.
No, thank you very much. I think the HOD covered the Charlotte issue, because we also went there on Wednesday, myself, the HOD and the CFO, and we had a very serious talk with DID, and they have agreed that with regard to the scope, they will be sitting, I think they said yesterday, because before the fire happened at Charlotte, there were already things that were done that we feel that they need to be taken out of the scope. So I hope that they would do that so that we can be able to get Charlotte back to functionality, because the non-functionality of Charlotte Chair, it's impacting negatively on us as a department, on our performance, and it's also putting pressure on other hospitals like your Edenvale and Helen Joseph. Chair, I just wanted to add on what the CFO have said on the medical legal claims. We don't have control. We don't budget for medical legal claims. And once there's a claim, they don't even negotiate with us. They just get into a bank account and they just take the money. So it's also impacting on our baseline budget. So, but what we have tried to do, what has also reduced the medical legal claims, is that we are negotiating. There's a negotiation team that is, whenever there's a claim, they try to resolve the matter outside court, and then it has reduced our claims immensely so, and there is a plan that will be also presenting at the court next week. Thank you very much.
Okay, let me find out from members if there are any follow-up questions. May I request that the follow-up questions must be brief from any member? Honourable Kekane, Honourable Siliers. Those are the only two. Then I also have some follow-up questions, brief and to the point.
Yeah. No, thanks, Chair. No, I'm just making a follow-up based on the statement that the NEC has just made now. Which says they don't budget for medical legal claims. And yet earlier they had said that medical legal claims are unavoidable. They know they are part and parcel of the Department of Health. If you work in a health environment, you are bound to have medical legal claims. So I'm just surprised if there is no provision for such in terms of the budget. The other question is related to, I just wanted to, as a matter of interest, to know if you did receive the forensic report on the cause of the fire at Charlotte. Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Siliers.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say for the committee's benefit that the department sent us a report, part of the pack that they sent last night that I had a brief look at regarding the medical legal space, and there's actually quite a few good suggestions in there. And I just want to say that I like the kind of whole of society approach that you're adopting. And it's interesting that you make a point about the fact that it's very profitable for lawyers and legal firms to work in the medical legal space, and that we should have a look at, that, because that's why there are, it's part of the problem, that it's a very profitable space to work in. These guys actually make money out of you. And that the suggestions taken in that report, Chair, I think we should revisit at some point, because it seems just to me to be a very holistic approach. So I do want to just make a point there that we should give credit where it's due. Thank you.
Thank you. My question is also, first is that, have you done an assessment? Like you are saying, it's very difficult to prevent, but I think you can minimize. Have you done a study to say what can be done to minimize these things? Number two is that last time the department appeared before us, they seem to suggest that they've got a system where when there's a finding against them and somebody's claiming, then they decide that they are going to take the patient and treat them themselves or yourself. Can you tell us if that is working? Then the other thing that I always misunderstand, and I need to be educated, you are running hospitals, and my understanding that each hospital has got its own management. And these medical legal claims should be happening at a particular institution. How do you hold those institutions accountable? Are you holding them accountable, or is there a plan? If you have, can you submit that to us? And lastly, given what the CFO has said about the problems with the funds, we have received a report that it also affects the medical service, medical supply depot, because it's unable to receive funds from yourself, sufficient funds from yourself, because of those problems. How are you going to deal with that? Thank you very much. Over to you, Mr.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honourable Member Kekana, it's true that we don't budget for medical legal claims, and they are unavoidable, because sometimes it happens, you know, in your line of duty, things might happen that will end up putting the department at risk of claims. But in some instances, we do challenge these cases, and I think we have about 2 breaking cases that we've won. Because in some instances, as the Chair have said, we have taken a decision of not paying out the full claim to the complainant or the claimant. And we apportion some of the funds to say we are going to treat the patient. When the patient comes to the hospital, the patient will be treated for free. And with regards to the forensic report at Charlotte, I know that the investigation is almost complete. It is not concluded, but as a department, we have not yet received that report that is indicating to us what caused the fire. And maybe I should give others to the HOD and the CFO to respond. HOD.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, MEC. In terms of the health facilities, yes, indeed, we do have managers at each of the facilities. And at this point, unless if there is evidence to hold the managers accountable, we have not held managers accountable for the medical legal claims that we have. One of the challenges that we have is that some hospitals have a higher number of cases merely because they are referral hospitals. So whatever complication that happened somewhere along the way ends up at a high-level facility, maybe like Steve Biko, Chris Hanibara, or Dr. George Mukari, because they are referral hospitals. And by the time the patient reaches that place, there is the complications are worse. The other area also of work that the team that is led by Dr. Khanyile and the medical legal team are doing is that there is training of health workers, because some of the issues really are omissions around our health workers. And when there are investigations that are done, it does appear that some of the issues are around the number of staff, the staff shortages that create the situation where staff have omissions, and also the issues that relate to the equipment that might not be sufficient or available to assist the staff to do their duties well. So we do have the challenge such that for the mother and child services, we have recently had a seminar where we had contributions from the specialists on the best equipment, minimal equipment that could assist us to detect the problems early enough and refer patients when we could still intervene in the clinical to improve the clinical outcome for the particular patient. The area that our MEC spoke about on the public health defense, the team maybe Dr. Khanyile will briefly go into that. They are looking at centers of excellence, taking from Charlotte, looking at a multidisciplinary team that will be able to take care of a patient that has suffered cerebral palsy due to the challenges during labor. And if we have that in a couple of our hospitals, we will then be able to make appointments rather than paying for future medical expenses, which is the biggest chunk of the medical legal claim. We will be able to take care of the patients at those centers of excellence, and one of them is already up and running at Charlotte, and they are assisting the other colleagues to develop similar centers of excellence throughout the province so that we can do that work. The other area is the area where we have discussions with the family when there is a claim early enough before the claim goes to court. And our team has managed to settle some of the cases at lesser amounts because they do mediation with the families to assist the family to cope with what has happened, but at the same time ensure that there is some form of payment that assists and eases the situation for the family, looking at issues like a conversion of the home, the buggies to carry the children, and also working with social development to ensure that the children can get into special schools. So it is a comprehensive response that does not only take the Department of Health, but Department of Health, Department of Education, Social Development, and other members of the multidisciplinary health team. I'm not certain whether Dr. Khanyile would then expatiate on the program that they have that is looking at the clinical interventions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honourable members. Thank you, HOD and MEC. We have a program on... Oh, apologies. My name is Feriu Khanyile. I'm the acting DDG Hospital Services in the Gauteng Department of Health. I'm going to answer on two sections, or add on two sections from what the HOD has indicated. One, we have a program where we are doing training on the POPIA Act in Paja, because one of the key issues we have realized is the lack of understanding of hospital managers on the new acts. And we have had a training already. We will be continuing, because what it has done, the delays in providing documentation to the medical legal fraternity creates a particular problem. So we realize that it's a gap of knowledge. So we have a program already. We have a Dr. Ishwari on our side and partners that will be providing on a continuous basis then understanding of the basics of the law in terms of responding. And the second part, in terms of centers of excellence, yes, the fire at Charlotte did disrupt our center for a while, but since Charlotte has been revived, and Charlotte is the lead in us creating centers of excellence for managing cerebral palsy. And the intention also, as has been alluded to by the HOD, is to have our 4 central hospitals and the 3 tertiary hospitals being the lead in terms of making sure that all the centers have, there's 4, we call them the 4+3, have centers of excellence for managing cerebral palsy patients. And like it has been indicated, it is a multidisciplinary, it's a interdepartmental process, but also it includes the families and all the relevant stakeholders that are needed for us to manage the cerebral palsy patient when it happens. Of course, the key issue for us is prevention is better than cure. So we are working also with the clinicians to ensure that we, despite all the irritations and challenges that are often there, to make sure that we prevent these incidences from happening rather than them happening. But once they happen, we will continue to have those centers of excellence to manage. There have been cases where patients would have received the allocation from the legal claim, and they don't receive those funding, and they come back to us. Section 27 of the Constitution demands that we give those services irrespective. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Over to you.
Yes, thank you so much, Chairperson. I'm going to zoom in on two main issues with some sub-questions. The first topic is with regards to the performance audit, predetermined objectives. The committee has noted the material findings by the Auditor General on the usefulness and reliability of the performance information of the selected Program 2, District Health Services. We would like the department to provide details for not availing accurate and complete records as supporting evidence to assist the Auditor General to be able to confirm the reported achievements and be able to determine whether any further adjustments were required to the reported achievements as listed at the top of page 211 of your annual report. Second sub-question, provide details for not availing sufficient, appropriate audit evidence that systems and processes were established to enable consistent measurement and reliable reporting of performance against predetermined indicator definitions or identified indicators in the middle of page 211 of the report. And the subsequent question 3, provide details for the achievements reported in the annual performance report having different materially from the supporting evidence provided for other identified indicators listed again at the bottom of page 211. The fourth one is the second main section. The department must provide details for not implementing specific information systems to enable the monitoring of progress made towards achieving targets, core objectives, and service delivery as required by the Public Service Regulation 25(1)(e), Roman 1 and 3. The second main topic that I want to ask some questions on, Chairperson and Honourable MEC, is the irregular expenditure. Now, the committee has noted that ICAP has found that effective and appropriate steps were not taken to prevent irregular expenditure as required by Section 38(1)(c)(2) of the PFMA and Treasury Regulation in the year under review and previous years. So, can the department, 1, provide details of progress made by the 30th of September 2021 in its reported investigations of irregular expenditure amounting to 3.9 billion, which is for the 2021 financial year. This must be progress made in each investigation. My second question here, Chair, is to provide details steps taken or intended to be taken to investigate prior year irregular expenditure amounting to 15.869 million. Third one, provide details for not taking effective and appropriate steps to prevent irregular expenditure as required by Section 38(1)(c)(2) of the PFMA and Treasury Regulation in the year under review, including previous years. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Randall. Honourable MEC.
Thank you very much, Chair. I don't know. HOD, is it you or the CFO? And, okay, thank you.
Thanks, MEC. I'll start with the response on the question on irregular expenditure. Yes, it is true, as part of the responsibilities of the accounting officer, to prevent fruitless and wasteful, unauthorized and irregular expenditure for the department in terms of the PFMA. The investigations that have been done are ongoing. I must say, for the year 2020-2021, more especially on the procurement of PPE, there has been several incidents or cases where the SIU has assisted the department with investigations. And there were claims that were made and repaid to the department as a result of overpricing or poor delivery of stock that was received at a particular point in time. So we have since, I think in the public reports that have been issued, we have also noted that there's been a recovery of about 25 million in the country through SIU, where Gauteng specifically has recovered more than 5 million. That has been reported by the SIU. Despite the SIU, there has been some credit notes also recorded in our monthly Section 40 reports, where some of these transactions based on invoices received will not be fully settled on the basis of overpricing. And I think as when you look into the financial statement, you will also see that not only did we report the irregularity in the procurement of these resources, but we had also reported fruitless and wasteful expenditure as a result of overpricing. So there has been recoveries that we have made internally as a department over and above those that have been recovered by the SIU. So the internal investigations that are done by risk management have not yet been closed. We've received preliminary reports based on the findings, and we are awaiting on the investigations to be concluded. It must be said that in some cases it's quite difficult to close off on these cases because some of the officials have resigned from the system. And with the evidence that we have and needing to further interrogate certain officials in the department, it's actually becoming a bit of a challenge for the investigators to close off on certain matters. But we are working closely with the SIU and also with the Provincial Treasury in terms of the investigations. The balances that were reported in the financial statements for 1920 financial year, there are cases that have been dealt with by Office of the Premier through forensic office, and so far I think Canada will be able to explain much more better because it's his area of expertise. But in a nutshell, Chairperson, we have really made progress as a department. It might not be seen now, but as soon as the processes are completed, we will then be able to see much progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members. I'm Canada Matsaning. I'm the Acting Chief Risk Officer. Maybe just to acknowledge, Chair, that in line with the theme of the MEC's opening remarks that health is a behemoth. Other than the MEC here, from the HOD, all of us are acting HOD, acting CFO, acting Chief Risk Officer, and everybody here. And the MEC has made a commitment that this process of realignment is not going to be easy, it's going to be a long stretch. But just to come back to the questions around investigations, we are making significant progress with SIU around finalizing the malfeasance that happened in this PPE thing. There are a number of officials, some of them are prominently known, that have been taken through the disciplinary process, others have left. They forwarded a number of names to us this past week, so it's an ongoing process. With the work that we are doing with the Office of the Premier, forensic investigations, it's unfortunate that we can't provide the committee with that progress report because some of them were finalized it in this past week. Well, we're making progress around that in ensuring that we are closing that. We have our own investigations that we are conducting within the department with the limited capacity that we have. And that's where the HOD, the CFO was saying the progress is a little bit slow in that regard and capacity constraints. But I think we are taking the model that is used in the presidency of the fusion model, where we are combining all of our resources to make sure that we finally get into the bottom of ensuring that the unethical culture that has been so prominent within the Department of Health is brought to a standstill. So we are making progress, Chair. Thank you.
Chair, if I may come in again, there's a question that we have not responded to, which was which the acting DDGHR and corporate services will respond to on information systems. My apologies.
To respond to that is Mr. Kavia?
Yes.
Okay, then I'll make my input last.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to the committee members and to the MEC and HOD. My name is Solly Cave. I'm the acting DDG for corporate services. In terms of the question related to the information systems, the department is on a journey to implement, the process has already started, to implement an information, health information system that will help us to streamline some of these challenges we are experiencing as far as data collection is concerned. It is, however, a multi-year process because we need to decommission certain systems as we implement the new system. So, Chair, the envisaged date to complete this entire process is around the end of the next financial year. And we, if requested, we are able to provide a report to show the progress that we are making in terms of addressing that specific gap. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The putting of the mask and off and on is also disrupting the process. And Chair, we are worried that the numbers are starting to pick up. So we also want to be very cautious that we don't infect the committee, because we want the committee to do its work. Chair, maybe just to pick up on the issues that were raised by Mr. Matsane. With regard to the investigations, there are those investigations that were concluded way back in 2006 and 2007. And you find that for us to close the matter, it is not easy, or to proceed and conclude that this is not easy, because most of the officials has either passed on or they have left the department. But when I came into the department, I've requested that we must get a legal opinion in the instance where the officials are no longer with the department. What is it that we are supposed to do? So we are still waiting for that legal opinion. And with regard to the PPE and the recoveries, Chair, I asked the AG a question. Okay. I've asked the AG a question that seeing that the investigations of the SIU were concluded and there were some monies that were recovered, and the AG still qualifies on those PPEs. So what then are we supposed to do as a department? And the AG said they will come back to me, but when I asked the question in the presence of Treasury, they said no, we can then compile those that have been concluded, because if I'll make an example of the former supply chain, is it the chief director that was charged, and DC was concluded, and now we have to recover the money, or the SIU has to recover the money. So we will be compiling those where the SIU has concluded and there has been money recovered, so that provincial treasury can remove that in our books. And then, Chair, maybe just to give you comfort with regard to what the chief risk was saying, Mr. Matsane, that everybody is acting. The CFO, we went through the process of the interviews. She concluded the vetting process. The only thing that is left is for her to go for polygraphy, and then we'll have concluded that. The next week, Monday, we will be doing the interviews of the acting DG Corporate Services, and then we have since filled the position of monitoring and evaluation, the one that the AG has qualified as well. I just wanted to give the committee comfort. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, they said I must come closer to the mic because people can't hear me. So I think it's still low. But is there another thing you want to say? Okay.
Yeah. No, thank you, Chair. There was a question around our late submission or inadequate submission of performance information, especially for Program 2. I think one of the challenges that we have identified with, we had a long discussion with the AG, we couldn't find one another, but we have used the example of Western Cape where the challenges around the AG would want information on registers that are currently being used at the moment. And whereas when you go to Western Cape, the arrangement is different. So this is one of the reasons probably, which is a question that was asked by Honourable Randall, if I'm not mistaken, to say we are going to implore the AG to adopt the same modus operandi as in Western Cape. If there's information that is requested on registers that are currently in use, rather than disrupt the services, the operations in the clinics, that the AG would probably have to go to the sites and inspect or do the audit on site. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I think what we should do, honourable members, is that if there are any follow-up questions, let's just put them down, then we'll be able to send them to the department. ABC, I know members are going to fight me that we're going to send them to the department. Are we going to get them on time? Because all the time you have said that there's a problem. But I want us to take the last two questions. We'll assess from the one from Member Badenhorst, the other one from Member Sirius. I'll take both of them at the same time, then we'll respond to them. Then I'll be able to give guidance as to what was said. So, Member Badenhorst first.
Thank you, Chair. Am I audible? Am I audible? Okay, thank you.
I'm not sure about those online, but I can hear you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Beverly Badenhorst. My question goes around fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The committee has noted that AG has found that effective and appropriate steps were not taken to prevent fruitless and wasteful expenditure, as required by Section 38 of Section 1C, Section Roman of the PFMA and Treasury Regulation in the year under review and previous years. The department, can you please provide the department with an update on the condonation of wasteful expenditure of 233 million, which is indicated that it was awaiting. The second question is provide details for not taking effective and appropriate steps to prevent fruitless and wasteful expenditure as required by Section 38, subsection 1 of the PFMA and the Treasury Regulations of 9.1.1. Thank you.
Honourable Sirius, questions?
Thank you, Chair. My first question relates to implementation of House resolutions in Scopa oversight reports. The department didn't respond on House resolutions, so can the department provide the committee with details for not submitting responses to House resolutions emanating from the Scopa's oversight report? And this is for the financial year ending 31 March 2020. And then my second question was going to be on investigations, Chair, but I think that that's already been dealt with in the responses to Member Randall. If there's anything you'd like to add, just a summary of like how many investigations are currently ongoing. And I think you respond adequately to how these things are ongoing and that they are going to be, some of them are in nearing completion, but you're waiting for some reports. My last one is about your information technology disaster recovery plan. So this is about business continuity and specifically your IT systems. Just give us an update of where you are with that area of concern. Have you concluded a services agreement with eGov and CETA? Has it been signed, or how are you dealing with your business continuity at the moment? I think that was it. Yes, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Siliers. Honourable MEC, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. The CFO will respond on the fruitless and wasteful expenditure and on the investigations that we've already done. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Honourable Member Barinos, the figure that has been reported in the financial statements of 233 million has about 227, which related to overpricing of transactions, which were then paid in the previous financial year based on the deliveries of stock that was made. For the same financial year that is under review for reporting, we had about 860,000 worth of interest that was charged on litigation matters. And that is now relating to a legal claim that which we could not pay on time, which then accumulated interest. So in the true sense of the matter, we have not written off any fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred relating to 2021 financial year. Simply because, as I had said initially, we will only be able to conclude on the matters based on what can be recovered. Until such time the process of recovery has been concluded, we will only then be able to say these ones are irrecoverable and therefore should be written off. So the process of investigation, ma'am, needs to be completed first so that we can determine the level of recovery, and it's also in line with the requirements of the Section 38 that you are mentioning, that requires that the accounting officer should then first recover before we then condone or write off. So there are investigations that the SIU is busy with that will then first need to be concluded prior to us writing off the debt. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. As I've indicated that rather than give an arbitrary conglomerated number, I would give them the way that we have categorized these investigations. There are investigations that are conducted by the Office of the Premier, internal, using their own resources. There's about 44 of these investigations. They are at different stages in terms of in progress, and the others that are pending. There's a total of 25 investigations that are outsourced to private forensic teams that is also held at the Office of the Premier. We have a total of about 60 internal investigations that are done by ourselves. So that's the total number of those investigations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll respond to the question that relates to the disaster recovery. Chair, safe to say that we have started a process to draft the disaster recovery plan. The plan is envisaged to be concluded, or the draft plan is envisaged to be concluded by December. We will then circulate it so that all the facilities can ensure that there's proper and adequate input provided, and then we're planning to have that DRP plan approved between February and March. As far as the service level agreement as it relates to eGov and CETA is concerned, we have made certain changes or proposals that needed to be included in the service level agreement with eGov as it relates to some of the services that health offers, and we envisage that process will be concluded towards the beginning of December. Thank you very much, Chair.
I think you've responded to all the questions. Let me just, I think that it's important to indicate that, you know, in this meeting, when you commit, you said December, and we would need those reports. The good thing is that it's on record. So thank you very much. Honourable members, what I want us to do, if there's an urgent and extremely important question that you want to raise now so that they can respond to before we release them, I just want to say that obviously some of the details will follow up based on the submissions we got last night. So I'm assuming that those details are in there because we haven't been able to look at them. So MEC, you must expect that if there's anything, we will make follow-ups with you so that you can be able to get that response. Honourable Chilone.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair, for the opportunity. I'll be short. I think, firstly, MEC, for a moment we thought you were a director in a movie. You know, I think by now you should know the actors. We need to move from that point and get people appointed. I think that is the first thing you should do. Mine was around this the risk. You know, I think I didn't really get a thorough understanding of maybe of your mitigation strategy. You know, because it's one thing to react. You know, and so far I think what I'm picking up is that you move from reaction. You know, I don't get a sense of any proactiveness with regard to, the risk of, within the risk, as the director or the acting DDG was saying, or the monitoring tools, because at the center you need tools, that monitor so that there's compliance, and I didn't really pick it up, because if you don't do that, you will end up, being in a vicious circle, which I can sense that you are in currently. It's just a vicious circle. You're going around and running in circle. Maybe you need a scarecrow. If I can put it in a simple word, you need a scarecrow somewhere. That shows that if you do this, and the best one is persecution. That's the only way really you can really begin to see results. But if there is a sense that you can mess and get away, people will not stop. And, the regular expenditure is very scary when you look at those figures. I must be honest, Chair, it's really scary. It shows that really there is a big problem and it's deep-rooted. And at some point, lastly, we need to really put the PPE chapter behind. At some point, it needs to go behind. The department really needs to do something to close the chapter. My questions were also in line with PPEs, to say we're still there. So at some point, I think they need to move from that chapter and look for other things. So I think, but in the main, it's around the risk and the mitigation strategy. I didn't really get a sense of, what is the department doing in that regard. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I don't see any more hands from members. As you respond to that last question, there's just one last question you want to ask you. Let me see. We had an engagement with your department last year. We asked them, do they have a plan to improve things and move from unqualified audit with findings towards the clean audit? They said they are working on that. So I know if I can ask you the same question, I'm going to say I'm working on it. So can you be able to give us that plan within 7 days, if you do have it, so that we can work on it together with yourself to be able to move towards that? And yeah, thank you very much. And when you're done, you can also make your closing remarks because you are almost done.
Maybe before I close, Chair, let me note the comments from Honourable Chilwane. Honourable Chilwane, I think all of us knows that this department is not an easy one and will not be able to turn it around within 6 months or a year or so. But we do have a plan, as I said, of turning around the department very slowly. And for the first time, the AG congratulated us that when we submitted the financial statements, we did not have misstatements. So that gave us courage that at least what we're trying to put in place is slowly but surely realizing the objective that we want to reach. And I agree with you, Honourable Chilwane, that not everybody in the department must act. At some point, you must have the department stable. And that is what we're working at around the clock into making sure that we stabilize the department, especially HR and finance. So I'm going to ask the HOD maybe to talk to the strategy, and then we can close.
Thank you, MEC, and thank you, Chairperson. In terms of our risk mitigation strategy, we have individual risk mitigation strategies, and then we have a departmental risk mitigation strategy, especially around the areas of performance information. And we also do have a couple of tools that have been shared with us. Mr. Mataneng, the Acting Chief Risk Officer, shared our consultation with the Western Cape and how we wanted to emulate good practices that they have in the Department of Health so that we can start the journey as well. They informed us that it's a journey. So with that, we have started the turnaround of our audit outcomes, and the draft is there, but now because the Chair would like to see it, we'll have to go and look at it one more time and then submit it in the next 7 days. And there are a couple of committees that have been set to ensure that we drive these processes. Maybe the Honourable MEC was not mentioning that really the drive to fill the post is so fast that even in the next week we will be we're filling hospital management positions, and we're filling head office positions as well, because this has also been a challenge in the department, and we are hopeful that by the time we get back, we will show that that particular improvement. As part of our risk mitigation is that filling of posts, which we might also add onto this report that we will be submitting to the committee. And Chair, just as because we might leave before our colleagues leave, we are hopeful that we are going to meet with our admin colleagues to sort out the issues around submissions so that in the future we really improve both the provincial reputation and the departmental reputation around compliance issues. And it is hurting for us to be in that boat where we are not trusted. We would really like to be trusted and submit also information that can be trusted to allow the support of the legislature to our department. Thank you, Chair.
MEC, just before you make your closing remarks, there's some that has been brought to my attention. First of all, just a comment. I heard when you said that there was an issue we were trying to sort out with the AG. The attitude of this committee is that we believe the AG. So you'll have to sort your things out because the AG really has been working with us very closely. But the issue that has been brought to my attention is that medical supplies depot, we haven't received those responses as well. So can you assist us with that? We have a problem. We must finalize our report within the next 7 days. And then because we are going to have to submit our reports to the legislature in 2 weeks or 3 weeks' time. So if you can receive them by close of business today, medical service depot. If there's a problem, let's get a letter that explains what is the problem. Thank you, Missy. You can then make your closing remarks.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm looking at the CFO because she just showed me that there is an agreement that the reports were submitted, but we'll make sure that we submit those reports or resubmit CFO if it's possible. Chair, let me take this opportunity for thanking the Chair and the committee for allowing us an opportunity to come and present our reports, and we really apologize, Chair, for that miscommunication that happened, because I was under the impression that we are virtual, and Nombuso, even at some point I said Nombuso must call the Chair directly now so that it can be clarified. Chair, I also want to reiterate what Honourable Member Chilwane said. We need to put this thing of PPEs behind us at some point. And I really want us to do that, Chair. But as Mr. Matsaning was saying, that we are receiving these reports, we have also received other reports, so it means then we'll have to also take action as quick as possible so that we can be able to close this chapter of PPE. And what I also want pleading to also see is that what the SIU has recovered, we need to make sure that we submit to Treasury so that Treasury can write off the reports. And Chair, maybe just to also give you a sense of what is really happening in the department, the fire at Bank of Lisbon, it's still having an impact on the morale of the staff. And live acid many as well, Chair, it's still having impact on the morale of the staff. And recently the Babita matter and the continuous investigations are really impacting on the staff morale. But as I said in my opening remarks, there is a committee that was appointed by a team that was appointed by the National Minister and the Premier, who will be launching their report today, which highlights the issues that we really need to zoom into if we want to get this department to where it's supposed to be. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, MEC, for your attendance, and with the team that you are with, the emphasis on acting, and you've reassured us that next time you appear before the committee, things would have improved. Thank you for, like I said, there are a lot of questions we'll have. We'll still have to engage with what you've said to us. If there's anything that you need to follow up on, we'll do so. Please, the reports you've said you are going to submit to us as agreed in this meeting, do so. After this meeting, Mr. Mahole, sitting next to me here, is the one who's responsible for monitoring receipt of the responses from the department. Maybe you'll be able to talk to him to deal with those things. We might, in our engagement, decide that we want to have some other sessions with yourself during the year, so don't be surprised, and I think you are open to that. Thank you very much. I want us to take a 5 minutes break as we prepare for human settlement to come in and we release the MEC and the Department of Health. Thank you very much. Adjourn just for 5 minutes. is that he did speak to me before he wrote the letter. So I think it's important that I must indicate what he said to me for the benefit of the other members. But I think in the future, please advise him that when he writes a letter, he must state what those engagements are. The first one is that you'll all know that after the elections, we need to set up government, local government. So the MEC is in charge of those processes of ensuring that municipalities set up government. But in addition, he's got another competing responsibility, which is to write exams. So those are the two reasons he gave me, and I agreed with him that he doesn't necessarily have to join us, which is acceptable. But I'm saying for official purposes in future, please advise him to write those, whatever the reasons, write them and put them in the letter so that they are properly recorded. We also like to apologize to you for starting a bit late. It's because of the engagement we had with health. It took us a bit longer because we had started a bit late. So I want to say that. We also want to ask that we are not going to ask you to introduce yourselves because we don't have time, but at the time when you speak, you should be able to introduce yourself. The only person who would like to introduce themselves or themselves, it's the leader of the delegation. I'm not sure who's leading the delegation. If they can introduce themselves because we know the MEC is not here. They'll give you a mic and then you speak over the mic. You can remove your mask so that the audio is clearer. If when you speak, yeah.
Chair, for medical reasons, can I keep it on?
Okay, no,
Thank
it's
you.
fine.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. My name is Khanyile. I'm the head of department for Gauteng Human Settlements.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mbanjwa. Let me take this opportunity to first raise the concern by the committee. We are under a serious pressure to submit our report to the legislature. We had asked you to respond to our questions, and we gave you a period by when you're supposed to respond to those. You did respond, but extremely late. We never got even a letter explaining why you are late in the submission. Because of the lateness of the responses, we are unable to analyze them properly. So we just want to get an understanding from you what was the problem.
Chair, I think we apologize for the lateness of the responses. We were still trying to collate some of the information. It was coordinated by our PLO, and I think there must have been some sort of gap in communication with regards to the submission timelines. I was aware that the responses needed to be submitted last week, but I was not particularly aware that they had arrived late to the committee, so we do apologize for that. And we'll make sure that in future we submit in time.
I think we need to agree that your internal problems can be our problems. So you must sort out the matters with your PLO because it's going to be a problem if then it's us who must intervene in that regard. Okay, is there any comment, honourable members, on the submission of the report? No comment. So this is what you're going to do. Honourable members are going to ask you questions. You can respond to them. As I said, we want to ask you that you be precise and to the point when you respond to questions. The first question will be from Honourable Khanyile. Then you'll respond after that. Honourable Chilwane will ask the questions. But for now, we'll deal with Honourable Khanyile. He'll ask the questions and then please respond to them. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, and good morning, everybody, also from the department. Yeah, my question, I'll just give you the background. The committee has noted that the AG indicated that the achievements which were reported against the indicator and the planned targets were unrelated to the planned indicator and its predetermined measurement processes. Now, the first question is, department should provide details for being unable to align the reported achievements with planned targets. That is the first one. And the second one is that, could you please provide plans to minimize these findings in future? So that is the second question related to that. Now, the second one under the financial statements is that the department should provide the committee with details for not preparing financial statements in accordance to the prescribed reporting framework and supported by full and proper records as required by the PFMA. That is another question. And again, provide the committee with assessment of the measures that you have put in place to address the similar finding as it is in the previous question. And again, you should also provide the committee with information on what measures have you put in place to prevent recurrence of misstatements. So those are the questions. I take it you've noted them, and I would really request that you respond accordingly. Thanks.
Over to you, HOD. You can ask any of your colleagues to respond. Or remember, if anyone responds first, they must introduce themselves. But if they respond later, they don't have to reintroduce themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The CFO will take the question on the financial statements. And then in terms of the first question that relates to the achievements and the indicators that were unrelated to the planned indicator, there was one particular one that related to the priority development areas. We actually, so let me just go back. So in the business plan, we've got priority development areas that we are planning to do developments in. We also have a master plan that we have put in place, but the issue there became that we did not necessarily have a target that specifically related to investments in priority development areas. Hence, there was a misalignment between what we had planned and what was reported. I think that's the one specific one. There's a whole lot of, in terms of the response, but because I'm trying to be precise, I'll just leave it there and then ask the CFO to continue with the next question.
Good morning or good afternoon, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members. My name is Abdullah Ismail. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements. Not to be late on the detail that we've provided, but the error that we picked up on the annual financial statements that created the material misstatements were two issues. One was the capital works in progress for hostels, and the other one was the immovable asset register of the department. Chair and members, as you're aware, this department did suffer a massive fire and a lot of information was lost. And as a result, for an example, the CWIP, we had to generate a capital works in progress register from 2011 up to 2021 for reporting. What we picked up is that we only had the BAS reports and we didn't have the relative information, and we populated a register based on that report, but then the AG could not place reliance on it because there was no portfolio of evidence. That has subsequently been corrected. We have put a team in place. There's a terms of reference. We have pulled out every single invoice from 2011-12 from the system, and we are assessing such invoices and repopulating the register for CWIP so that it's accurate. That is also what caused our unfortunate qualification as well. In the matter of the immovable asset register, it is about the amount of assets that human settlements, buildings that are in our possession. We also found that in terms of a challenge because of the names at which they were registered in. Some of these assets go as far back as 1980 when it was called a different institution. So we're clearing that up because we've appointed service providers through our professional resource team. They are doing a full GIS on it. They are fixing the asset register and populating it. And they're providing full portfolio of evidence. So it would be title deeds and anything related to link to that so that we have a complete, accurate worth portfolio of evidence register. Those were the two issues that caused the problem with the material misstatements, but we have put in place measures to correct it. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Are there any follow-up questions from members? I must also check even online if there are any follow-up. Okay. Maybe from my side, the follow-up question is on one of the matters you've raised about hostels. I know that there's been concerns or complaints about the hostels in the inner city of Joburg. GP, George Koch, you named them. Some of them are dilapidated. And it looks like the department has been promising to fix that, but you kept on postponing. You had some, I think they said it's something like you had a contract extended for 6 months, then you change it, and it's a month on month, and there wasn't finding about the AG about that. How far are you with resolving that problem? Because one of the things we were told that, I might have misunderstood the fact you're supposed to appoint a certain team or board or something that's going to ensure that the procurement happens and all that. Maybe if you understand what I'm saying, can you just explain what is the problem there, what's happening now for you from dealing with the hostels development in the inner city? Honourable Khanyile?
Yeah, maybe as a follow-up, and then also starting from the lead of the delegation, I think it's sort of a rest logic that you have the department as human settlement where you don't work in terms of the targets. Because obviously there have to be targets. If you see as the opening statement that how do you plan without targets? I think that's something that I think we need to unpack. Otherwise it will really we can't live here with that understanding that you operate without targets. I think that's one issue. But the second one, I don't think the department should keep on referring to the incident that we experienced on the fire. That cannot be. There should have been plans in place to make sure that we really move forward. Because even that one of the fire, we raised questions to say, how can you have a department where you have not automated your systems? You still rely on files, not at this era. I mean, we raise it as a concern, but we can't keep on talking about it. It becomes a scapegoat that we can't really, as a Scopa or any way, that can really be tolerated. Maybe if you can impress on that, because the plans are necessary, that you don't really come back, go to and fro in dealing with the issues. I think those are the two concerns, Chair, in terms of the response.
Thanks, Chair. Just one. It's around the data compromised by the fire. Do you know the extent of data that was compromised? So I don't want to believe that it's HLA. It can't be. I think, especially in Gauteng. Maybe if it was, North Cap, that's so big. Elsewhere, maybe you can say there was no computer, but in Gauteng, no, it can't be. So I think I'm asking around the data compromised. Yes, do you have a plan to, get it back?
Yeah, we'll have to sort out this thing of the mic, if the mic can be closer. But yeah, Honourable Chilwane, let's be, I think, you remember there was once a comment made comparing streets with other.
The hostels. The issues that the chair is talking about relate to the cleaning and maintenance. We've subsequently now resolved the appointments of the cleaning contractors for the hostels that you have mentioned that belong to province. It's six hostels that belong to us as province. And then also just to indicate that the PRTs that have been appointed have actually now started with the work of designing what is supposed to be eventually the family units within those hostels. So there is work that is in progress in that regard, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you. I think to answer the question in terms of data compromise, Chair, just to put it into context, when we joined the department, myself and HOD last year, what we found was that there was a lot of manually driven systems within human settlements. The department did not have issuance of purchase orders, and in terms of recording, it used to be IPWs, and it was all really very manual. Subsequently, that did have a big effect in terms of the fire, which compromised a lot of the relevant information. What we're doing is we're drawing information now from the BAS system and the SAP system that is sitting within the province, and we're using that to quantify and rebuild and populate some of this information. That's why we could go as far back as 2011-12. It is just on the basis of invoices, but we are trying to trace a lot of it back so that we can find the right information in the proper POE, but at the same time also appointing the service providers for the immovable asset register will go a long way, because what they're doing is they're bringing title deeds, they're bringing POE. I don't disagree that we should not stop using the fire, but unfortunately it has been a big burden for this department. The effect of that fire and the loss of information is actually what created a disclaimer in the previous two previous financial years, because of the lack of that information. So it has been challenging, but as a department we've put a lot of processes in place. Everything is automated and systematic now. We even scan all of our information and keep it on an online portal so that there will never be a loss suffered by this department. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, obviously.
Reports that were supported and evidenced by reliable information, which led to financial statements which were submitted to the AG, having required amendments and reported performance achievement which were not adequately supported. Provide the committee with details for senior management not to have reviewed and monitored compliance with relevant laws and regulations, which resulted in material non-compliance. On investigation, can the MEC, or to the MEC rather, the department must provide the following details on the investigation as reported by the AG for the period to 31st March 2021. A, summary of the nature of each investigation. B, status of the investigation as of the 31st of September 2021. Where the investigations are completed, provide summary of measures which were recommended and the stage of implementation of these recommendations. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, HOD. Obviously, on the second question, you might not want to go into listing each and every one, but just give us an overview, hoping that you would submit the full details with that regard. Over to you, HOD.
Okay, thank you. So in terms of the first question that relates to oversight responsibility regarding financial performance, the department has had various difficulties in terms of internal control systems that we have been working on in terms of trying to put in place. The CFO has spoken about some of the internal control systems that they've now put in place to try and avoid some of the findings that we have received from the AG. So without even making reference to all the stuff that he spoke about with regards to documentation and documentation missing, the point is that we are putting together systems and we are putting in place systems that are now beginning to show us some fruition in terms of how the department is functioning. So that's that being about the action plans not adequately implemented. And then on the second question, which is part B, about the senior management not having implemented sufficient controls, the response is also the same, because We now have new structures. We have an executive management team meeting that is chaired by the MEC that sits on a monthly basis just to get an overview of the department. It's an internal control issue as well. We then have an SMT that is chaired by myself on a monthly basis, but further to that, the CFO in his own unit has weekly meetings with his staff where they talk about the internal challenges that are happening within the finance and SCM unit. And there they also talk about issues that are relating to the audit related issues that have come up from the AG. Also, every Wednesday, I have meetings that are chaired by myself as the accounting officer where we deal with strategic audit matters, where we track the findings of the AG and we look at all of the implementation plans that we need to put in place. For this current financial year, after the audit, what we've done is that we've got a 90-day turnaround time to achieve at least 80% of the resolutions of the findings. And then moving on, I think I've partly covered Part C as well. I've also partly covered Part D. And then in terms of the investigations, we've got 16 cases of fraud and corruption that we were dealing with in the first quarter. And we can provide the details thereof. There was some issue there with regards to the stats that were incorrectly reported. And I think there was a number of 35 that was reported. But we've subsequently had an engagement with the AG to try and make sure that the number of the correct cases has been reported. But we currently have 16 cases of fraud and corruption. And then I think there was, further to that, there was another one relating to the status of investigations and consequence management. 4 cases have been finalized. We can provide the details thereof. Yeah, I'll leave it there. Thanks, Chair.
Let me be sure, because we want to be clear. When you see there's a difference between we can provide and we have provided. I think, do you think that with the information received very late, do we have those details? If not, can we get them by close of, in fact, because we're preparing our report, can we get them by close of business today?
Yes, Chair, we'll provide them by end of business today.
Thank you very much. Obviously, on the first questions, it would also have been better if it was the MEC who's responding on the problems with some senior management not doing certain things. But we take your response. Any follow-up questions from members? Okay, I don't see any, even on the platform here. Let me hand over to Honourable Randall to ask your questions, and after that it will be Honourable Badenhorst. But after the responses to Honourable Randall's questions, Honourable Randall, over to you.
Many thanks, Chairperson. I'm going to also zoom in on a few questions, and starting with the first and main one is on procurement and contract management. The committee does the findings on procurement management where competitive bids were not invited. Now, to the MEC or the accounting officer, the department must please A, provide details for procuring some of the goods and services of a transaction value above 500,000 without committee with details for effective and appropriate steps not to have been taken to prevent criticism wasteful expenditure as required by 38(1)(c)(2) of PFMA and Treasury 9.1.1. In my last section, Chair, it is study with payments within 30 days. The committee notes that invoices amounting to 50.6 million amongst others were not settled within 30 days. This non-payment of service providers within the contractual period has a negative impact, especially on the sustainability of our SMMEs. Now, to the NEC or the accounting officer, the department should provide detail of all payments which were not made within 30 days or the agreed upon period by the 31st of March this year. And this must please include details for not making these payments. And then lastly, please provide details of its plan to address the non-payment of invoices within the prescribed 30-day period. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Over to you, HOD.
Chair, the CFO will take the questions.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Member Randall. Let me start with the contract management and procurement in terms of the irregularity that we registered for the financial year in question. Chairperson and members, what happened was, as a department, we received an urgent request for chemical toilets within informal settlements. This was over a period of 6 months and 4 months in between the times that these services were required. The AG felt that we should have rather have a panel in place for chemical toilets instead of running a normal RFQ process. And as such, they deemed it as irregular. Arguably, we said we don't see it because fair process was followed. But in the eyes of the AG, they felt that it was a splitting of quotations because it's chemical toilets over a different period of time. We did raise the point to say that we don't know when, where we will require chemical toilets. It's a human rights issue. Informal settlements mushroom anywhere and everywhere, and as a government we need to intervene. But not to argue, we then asked the HDA, who is running the sanitation program on behalf of the department. They have a panel in place now, and we run it through the panel so that we avoid the risk of any of that irregularity. That was what was raised in terms of the 500,000, which they deemed as us splitting of quotations. So what have we taken to deal with the recurring finding? It is not necessarily a recurring finding, but the fact that we're now working with the HDA, with their panel, will ensure this doesn't happen moving forward. In terms of the irregular expenditure of 6.4 billion, Chairperson, 6 billion was the irregular expenditure for the previous financial year. The closing balance then 6.4 billion. Of that, 361 million relates to historical contracts, the evergreen contracts or the irregular contracts that the department or the AG found to be irregular in the prior years that are reaching a stage of closure in the year in question, and as a result, you still have to recognize that value as irregular. So it's not new irregular, it's historic irregular that we're recognizing and placing in the register and just adding. For the department itself, it produced less than 2 million for irregularity for the year in question, 2 million. Some of the big irregularities, your hailstorm, your asbestos, and your bulk, we are busy with that process of producing it or submitting it to Treasury with the intention that we can start writing off a lot of this historic irregularity. But overall, the department seems to have got this irregular under control now, where we don't allow any deviations or any variations. It has to follow due process. We've also put in place all the new panels for contractors, for PRTs, for maintenance, for TRUs. This ensures that any procurement we do now for the services we rendered goes through the new panels and has no risk of irregularity because it went through property audit. Chair, let me move to fruitless and wasteful expenditure. To share in confidence with this committee, the department last year received a writ of execution from the Red Ends, which blocked the department's bank accounts. It relates to two cases going as far back as 2014 and 2016, where the Red Ends claimed that the department owed them a substantial amount of money, 270 million in total. Unfortunately, the sheriff of the court then removed those funds from the bank account, but part of that was interest of 116 million rand that was generated. What are we doing? We had initiated a full forensic on the matter. The matter is with Kabodo through the Office of the Premier. We are waiting the final report on the outcome. We've appointed 2 senior counsel also to look at this matter, to understand, bearing in mind it's historic, it was before our time, but we need to make sure and we need to see how this happened, what happened, and who was responsible. We're finding that the people responsible, which was your previous DDG who was dismissed, your director who resigned, are the ones that actually allowed for these invoices not to be paid, but unfortunately this is also now a material irregularity from the AG, and we are responding accordingly in terms of how we can take this forward and how we deal with it. So that is where the biggest chunk of the fruitless and wasteful is done. From the historic ones, it's related to standing time as an example. We've done a forensic on those as well. We found that actually the responsible company was not entitled to it. So we're going into an arbitration and then a legal process of recouping that money. So we're not leaving these things lying. We are dealing with it, and we're dealing with it harshly so that we can manage and condone that. Then if I move to the next question, which is your 30-day payments. Chairperson, yes, it was a challenge for this department. What we've introduced is what I can say for the year in question, with all the systems we've put in place, 87% of our total invoices of 2,068 were paid within 30 days. I'm happy to report that for the months of September, Thank you, Chairperson, Member Randall. Chair, through you, the department did receive the 100 million during that adjustment budget. What it did was it took our total budget from 4.2 billion to 4.3 billion. At the end of the financial year, we spent 4.283 billion. We had a underspending of 60 million in totality for the overall budget. So what it means is that it was spent for the correct reasons that it was given for from national, and that it's not an unauthorized it's not an unauthorized expenditure. So we did spend in full. In fact, we spent 99.2% of our budget at the end of the financial year. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. If there are other follow-up questions, we'll do that also in writing. Honourable Badenost, and then after that we will get questions from Honourable Cilliers, but after the responses have been received on the questions that will be asked by Honourable Badenost. Honourable Badenost, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. To the MC. On information and technology is my questions. The department must provide the committee with a progress report detailing the status of implementing the information technology controls infrastructure maintenance plan. Progress progress in the implementation of House resolutions emanating from Scopa Oversight Report on the report of the AG for the financial year ending 31 March 2020. Payables not recognized, MEC. The House has resolved as follows, which was not adequately responded to by the department in its responses. That the department must implement the recommendation of the audit plan related to the findings on the basis for a qualified audit opinion and provide a committee with a progress report detailing the effectiveness of the audit action plan by 31 July 2021, and continuing up until the end of June 2022. To the MEC, the department must A, provide a committee with details, not for providing the information which was required by the committee on the implementation of the recommendation of the ordinance procured every quarter up until finalization thereof. The department did not furnish the committee with the annexure it referred to in its response. The department must furnish the committee with the annexure which it referred to when it submitted its response to the House resolution, which required the department to provide the committee with a progress report detailing the procurement status of the EDRMS system and the implementation plan to integrate the 820 records into the EDRMS system once procured.
Honourable Badenost, if you can just put your mic a bit closer to you.
Okay. Sorry about that, Chair. Audit findings consequence management. The House has resolved as follows, which was not adequately responded to by the department to its responses. To the MEC, that the department must provide the committee with a progress report detailing the status of the disciplinary process of the acting chief financial officer by 31 July 2021 and every quarter continuing up until finalization thereof. The department must provide the committee with a progress report detailing the status of the disciplinary process of the acting Chief Financial Officer. The audit finding consequence management. The House has resolved as follows, which was not adequately responded to by the department in its responses to the MEC. That the department must provide the committee with a progress report detailing the status of the forensic investigation into the security contract by 31 July 2021 and every quarter continuing up until finalization thereof. The department must provide the committee with a progress report detailing the status of the forensic investigation into the security contract. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, obviously, it's a pity that the MEC is not here because some of the things would have been better if he was responding to them. But benefit of the doubt, I'm giving it over to you, HOD.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll start with the first question, which will be the question around technology controls, and then Swasti will respond to the question that follows, which is question 17, the basis for a qualified opinion and the annexures. And then the CFO will follow with the EDRMS, and then I'll just come back to deal with the consequence management question. Just on the first question relating to information technology controls, we've just given a description of what we're doing for all of our buildings, not buildings, but office accommodation, because we don't have a head office. And we've indicated for 129 Fox, which is new acquired office space that we've received through DID, we've signed a contract to ensure that there is connectivity and that there's a maintenance contract that is in place. 11 Diagonal, the same is applicable. There's a business case prepared, and we are now just waiting.
Let's have the market.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is it better, Chair? Okay. And then Ekurhuleni, okay, maybe should I go back or just proceed? Okay. Okay. Ekurhuleni office, we've decommissioned some of our regional offices because we're taking the core functions back to head office. So what will remain will be the customer support centers in a lot of the regions, but we do have maintenance contracts that we have now signed to ensure that there is proper connectivity. We've also rolled out the MST, the MS Teams, what do you call it? App, is it an app? The MS Teams app to all of our users within the department. So all of our staff now has connectivity, and we've also been giving laptops and making sure that people have the tools of trade that they need in order for them to continue doing their work since COVID. And then I'll hand over to Swasti to respond to the second question.
Thank you, HOD. Good afternoon, Chairperson, members. In terms of the question about the audit information and action plans, we have developed a response action plan detailing. Sorry, my name is Swasti Dulab. I'm responsible for the audit activities and governance and compliance within the department. Thank you for that, CFO. All right, so what we've done as a department, we have developed a detailed response action plan. And instead of previously looking at actions or actions to be taken, we've now looked at key commitments and management to these key commitments, and we've identified root causes. Once we've taken those root causes, we actually delved further into it and looked at recurring findings aligned to those root causes. The department has also developed a conversion, taking all the findings and converted them into risks, and that's now aligned to our strategic risk register. We also have formulated or adapted the Treasury Department of Treasury Compliance Risk Register, where we actually include all the risks and all the non-compliance areas that were raised as the audit through the audit. We've also formed or established a task team It's an audit improvement task team. We meet bi-weekly just so that we can track all the qualification matters as well as the material misstatement matters. Further to that, in terms of us achieving 100% implementation, we've also established a combined assurance task team. So far, when we've received the final management report on the 18th of October, we are now close to 20% already of implementation. In terms of the qualification matter on the capital work in progress, we have formed a CWIP task team. We've identified roles and responsibilities for the committee. We've also developed a terms of reference with detailed system description to actually mitigate the errors identified by the AG in terms of a qualification matter. And what we've done is taken an analysis between the last 3 years, from the disclaimer to the qualified and then the recent qualified. During the year of the disclaimer, we had 10 material misstatements. And since then, we've now decreased it to 6 in the prior year, and the current year, we now decreased it to 4. So there is considerable improvement, but not in the space that we would have wanted it as a department. However, there is ongoing work, and there are documentation that we are preparing to try to mitigate all of these risks together. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, honourable members. In terms of the EDRMS system as well as the A20 records, the EDRMS system is a GPG-wide system requirement, and it's being managed through eGov for Gauteng as a whole, where we will also participate within that contract for EDRMS. Currently, through eGov, it is being channeled through CETA, and we are putting pressure on eGov to finalize this because we know the importance of the system and the requirements from the department. In terms of our A20 records, which is your archival records, we have 3,065 that have been completed and subsequently submitted to the Archive Center through the Gauteng Department of Sports, and we'll continue to follow that process. What we're also doing, Chairperson and members, is that we've renewed the lease at 129 Fox with the intention that we've dedicated an entire floor for record keeping. And we'll make sure that that record keeping is also including the HVAC for the event of fire and for the safeguarding of such documents. So we are putting pressure on eGov because we want to finalize the system. We have submitted the requested annexures in the response with regards to where the progress is on EDRMS. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. On the issue of consequence management, specifically relating to the acting CFO that was suspended, the case started effectively in April with the first hearing happening around that time. And then we've had a couple of postponements, and in July, effectively, we started with the cross-examinations. Then we had further postponements. And then we had the leading of evidence happening in the month of August. And then where we're sitting now is that we are just waiting for Mr. Kubega to lead his case, on the other side lead his evidence, and hopefully by the end of December or January we should have the final verdict that is pronounced and a sanction that follows shortly thereafter. So the case is currently still ongoing. It is a difficult case, I must say, but we are, as a department, making sure that we are every step of the way responding to events. And you'll also notice from the report that we have provided that there was a time and point where things just seemed not to be moving, and we had actually to write to the General Secretary of the Bargaining Council to make sure that we try and move things swiftly. So the case is still proceeding against the CFO. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In the interest of time, I would like to ask Member Cilliers to ask a question. I think it's the last set of questions we'll be asking you for today. The rest of the other issues will follow up with you accordingly. Honourable Cilliers.
Thank you, Chairperson. So my first question is about material irregularities. So on the 30th of October 2019, there was an amount paid incorrectly to a contractor of about 2.5 million. If you can just give us a status update of where you are in dealing with that material irregularity. And then the only other question is, During COVID, you received an amount for
in 3 phases. The officials responsible for processing that payment have been taken through internal disciplinary processes. And secondly, a criminal case was opened after we discovered the incorrect payment. In 2019, on the 30th of November, the case is appearing before the Palm Ridge Magistrate Court for trial. And then the third one, recovery, the NPA, through the Assets Forfeiture Unit, have a preservation order over the account where that money was paid. That matter is still ongoing, but we've been given assurance that at least in that account an amount of 2 million has been preserved, and the assets that were used to purchase some of the goods that deemed to be process of crime, they also have been preserved. So we are hopeful that towards it, as soon as the case is finalized, we'll be able to recover some of the money that was paid incorrectly to the service provider. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Honourable Member Saliers. In terms of the question regarding the 181 million dispersed to municipalities, Chairperson, just for clarity, that no funds were transferred to the municipalities for COVID-19 expenditure from the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements. All the funds we transferred were gazetted, and such funds were purely used for the infrastructure projects for bulk within the mining towns, and some of it for planning and housing delivery. So there was no COVID-19 transfer from human settlements. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, honourable members, I would like to ask if you've got any follow-up questions, not only on this section or any other thing, but if it's an urgent question that needs to be asked, I'm just worried about time. But if it's a matter of life and death, there's any other matter related to our work that you want to ask the department before we release them? Okay, I don't see any hands. So thank you very much, HOD. We must indicate to you that we've got a lot of interest in certain departments because we want to ensure that there's work done. So before you leave, there's just one question which we wanted to ask the MEC, but we'll ask you because you're here. We know that you've moved from, I think last time it was a disclaimer. Now you've got unqualified with findings. Is it qualified? Qualified, yeah. We want you to move to, obviously, our objection is that you must move to clean audit. Can you reassure us that you've got a plan? In fact, we want you to submit to us that plan so that you can be able to work with you and the MEC in ensuring that we realize progress that is being made there. This, I think, will include the submission of the audit action plan so that we can be able to track progress that is being made. So can we get an assurance from your side and also use this opportunity to make your closing remarks if there's any?
Thank you, Chair. You know, when we closed the last financial year's audit, it was very painful for us. I think as a department, we worked tirelessly to try and introduce new controls to try and come out of all the problems that the department has been plagued with. Unfortunately for us, we were caught out by one issue which comes from 2013, which relates to the hostels and the CWEP. And that's the issue that we've now requested the AG to come in the period between December and January to basically do a value-add audit. So there's a task team that I've now appointed that's meeting on a weekly basis. We are unpacking all of the audit findings that are related to that one particular matter that has led us into a qualification. and we are preparing to be ready for the AG to come in and do a value add. And we are very hopeful that between us working with the AG, because we do have very good working relationships with the AG, we are hoping that by the end of the value add process, all of us will be in agreement that we are ready for the final audit that will get us out of that particular issue. So that's the assurance as best as I can that I can provide to the committee. We are very committed as a collective of senior managers within the human settlements to resolve this issue and to come out shining on the other end, because when we shine, you also shine. So I think I'd like to thank the committee for the interrogation, because it really does help us grow. It makes us look at our blind spots and it makes us improve and want to do better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Like I said, there's a possibility, because of the interest we have, there's a possibility that even before the next audit, we might have another session with yourself to check some of the things, but that will be determined by the committee in their discussion and as we finalize the report. But thank you very much. Please extend our word of gratitude to the MEC. And don't forget the matter I raised earlier, that in future, apology must not just say other engagement, they must specify what the other engagement is. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we have to deal with the next department, so I'll ask that if we can quickly move out and so that they can be able to deal with it. Let's adjourn just for 2 minutes as the others are coming. Thank you. get started. Let me take this opportunity first to explain some few things. We'd like to ask that you keep your masks on all the time. Only when you are speaking, you can remove it so that the recordings can hear you loud and clear. But also, I take this opportunity to welcome you, MEC Mutara. I want to apologize that we said you must be here at 11:30 and it's 12:30, but I'm gonna make it up to you. Two things I'm gonna do. The first one is I'm gonna make sure that we're done by 1, depending on how you respond. But secondly, I'm gonna invite all of you for lunch. So that's the apology I'll be making. Obviously, the lunch is optional. But for us, sitting this side is not optional because it can then be declared a fruitless and wasteful expenditure. MEC, what we're going to do is that when you respond to questions, anyone can respond to questions, you can delegate. But you want to ask your team to be precise and to the point. Obviously, if there are follow-up questions, we'll do that. I'm going to ask, so you don't have to introduce yourselves. Only those that will be speaking can introduce themselves. Maybe you're the only one who will introduce yourself now. At the end of the session, I'll ask you to make any comments if there are any comments you want to make. We are going to take 2 members who are going to ask you questions. One is Member Chilwane, the first one. And then after that, let me be sure, it's going to be Member Randall. So those are the first 2 questions will be posed to you, then you answer them. Then we'll have other questions after that. But also we'd like to thank you. Remember when we asked you to submit your responses, because you had problems, you respected this committee, wrote us a letter explaining that you had a problem, you couldn't submit your responses on time. You asked for an extension, we did give you, and you did comply. Thank you very much for that. It assisted our process a lot. So what we're asking is just follow-up questions, not really the questions that you had. Okay, thank you very much. Honourable Chilwane, and then after that, immediately after that, Honourable Randall.
Thank you, Chair. My questions are around material irregularity. The first one is to provide an update on progress made on material irregularity. Second one is the department must provide plans it has to prevent or minimize the occurrence of material irregularity. Thanks, Chair.
I hope you call them MEC. Honourable Randall.
Yes, good morning, MEC Mutara. Thank you, Chair. My 2 questions this morning will be, 1, where such a plan does exist, the department must please provide details of the weaknesses which were identified in the plan and provide us details of your intervention measures. And then secondly, the overpayment that was made to a contractor on the Suikerbosrand Nature Reserve project. Has the department made attempts to recover the amounts that were double paid? Thank you, Chair.
Okay. I hope you got that, MEC. Okay, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon to the Scopa committee. Chair, I am going to ask the HOD to respond, and where there's detail, they will ask the acting CFO or Moloko, either one. But I'll ask the HOD. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon to all members of Scopa. Maybe let me allow CFO to start, then I'll add.
HOD, you're supposed to introduce yourself before you speak and before you delegate as well.
All right, my apologies, Chair. I am Tulani Mtatane. I am the head of department at DID. I joined the department in January this year. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and members of Scopa. I am Moloko Matloha. With regards to the first question, with regards to on plans that we have with regards to material misstatement, what we have done as a department is that we have since established the so-called
CFO, let's just be sure. We're not talking about material misstatement, it's material irregularities. The one that the AG, can you hear me? There's a problem with my mic? Okay. You remember the AG has identified or has engaged you on some material irregularity matters. So that's what we are referring to really. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think with regards to material irregularity, I will ask the member just to clarify in that regard, because I can't remember AG having to raise any issue specifically for material irregularity. The one that I could remember is just to do with what do you call it, irregular expenditure in that regard.
Okay. It could be that maybe even on our side there are some few things we must clarify. Our understanding is that the AG has identified about 5 departments. You know, there's the amended Public Audit Act where they identify some matters that have to do with irregular expenditure, but if it's material, then they identify that, then set up a process where you must be able to follow up on that, and then there's a system, there are systems you must put up. So if I hear you correctly, you seem to suggest that your department, the AG hasn't identified that with regard to your department. Am I correct?
Yes, Chairperson.
Okay. We'll just check our facts, but let's talk about the second post nature reserve issue, and then we'll just check our facts about other things.
Can I come in, Chair? Yes, Chair, I can confirm that the department received irregular expenditure in terms of the last audit by the Auditor General at an amount of 1.6 billion rand, irregular expenditure. I'm not sure that's the question that is expected to respond to. And that was not identified as material but irregular.
No, let me just clarify. You are correct. We've just checked our facts. Yes, you were identified as one of the 5 departments, but the AG didn't find any of those to be material. So yes, you are correct that there isn't such. Maybe we can just get to the question around overpayment. Yeah, second boss.
Yeah, Chair, the issue of the second response round, it's a project that DID undertook, I think in the year 2017, to assist with the construction of the 2 water pipelines, one in the north of the precinct and in the south of the precinct. However, then around 2018-19, Provincial Treasury undertook a process to do a full forensic investigation. That report was concluded by Provincial Treasury Furthermore, there was also an inquiry by the Office of the Public Protector into the same issue. The update that I could provide is that the unfortunate part that in the prior years, the department did not disclose the amount of about 9 million. I can't recall the specific actual amount, but it's around 9 million, of 9.6 million rand to company called Shatat or some Shatsane. And then the then accounting officer had his own reasons and argument that were contrary to the outcome of the forensic investigation. But when I joined the department in the fourth quarter of last financial year, I got a proper brief by the team and I assessed the report that came out of the provincial treasury and the recommendations thereof. And then I was of the firm view that we should have disclosed this amount. And then we then immediately engaged the treasury on the process that we did not disclose in time. What will be the correct procedure to do that? And then we got advice from treasury that we've got to disclose this and raise it as a debt. That was done, so it has been disclosed in the last audit with the Auditor General in our financial statement. And then the legal services undertook the process, one, to see whether we can get the money back of 9.6. And unfortunately, the matter has dragged on since 2017 after the investigation, and the matter is out of the 3-year prescript. And it will not be possible, therefore, to raise the money. That was one recommendation that we have around that. The second recommendation from the forensic report of Treasury was that the then accounting officer and then CFO needed to be undertaken through the process of disciplinary process. Unfortunately, both officials are no longer the employee of the state. We verified that through our PESAL system. They are not employed anywhere in the state or any in the municipalities. And then we made a formal report through the MEC of DID informing the Premier that the then HOD who had a contract with the Premier, this was the recommendation, and the matter needed to be closed because that's where the processes are. Same with the CFO. And therefore, we are of the view that the project in terms of consequence management, it has been exhausted all the processes. What we then do to correct the process is that we got independent professional to go and assess what can be done to salvage the project, and the report has been finalized, and the report is now waiting engagement with Provincial Treasury and the MEC for GDART so that they can accept the recommendation of the independent assessor. That's where we are, Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay, are there any follow-up questions from members? I don't see any. Let me just ask a follow-up question. You spoke about something that seemed to suggest that after 3 years there's nothing you can do. Just explain that, how it works, because I'm worried about that, but related to that is the fact that you are saying they are no longer the employee of the state. We had a briefing with the Premier in September about the investigations, and we asked the Premier the same questions, but maybe let me ask you this one. What is the possibility then to report this matter to the law enforcement agencies so that they can take it up? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe just to respond to that, possibly what in your engagement with the Premier in September, it was related to, at the time, the acting HOD. The HOD, or the former accounting officer that was responsible for this transaction, left the employ of the state in 2019, December. So any investigations were related to those who were still in the employ last year, which was 2020. And those are the two that are no longer in the employ of the state. The former CFO left the department, I think it was January 2020, went to another department but has since left the state. So those are so that's just the difference between, so that report of 2020 is related to those who are still in the employ of the state. I'm going to ask Khanyile to respond to the time lapse in relation to the 3 years. But just to respond to say that I think, yes, we as a department, we do have a responsibility to pursue the matter with law enforcement agencies. I think we've not done that yet, but it's something that we must look at because the disciplinary process internally would have been exhausted. So that's something we will do. But I'm going to ask Khanyile if she can just explain the 3 years, the time lapse for the, in terms of the legislation when we can recoup money that is overspent. Thank you, MEC. My name is Cornelia Nokaga. I am the head of legal services. Good afternoon, Chair and members. I will speak on the issue pertaining to prescription and the state attorney's involvement. We refer the matter to the Office of the State Attorney, who appointed a junior and a senior counsel on the matter. We held extensive consultations as we had given them the report of the investigators. Subsequent to that, they then indicated that there were various documents that they were looking for. In particular, all the documentation that were made available to the investigators because they already had the report. And then the report was also looking into the issue as there had been a public protector investigation and findings by the public protector. They wanted then all those documents that had been given to the public protector because that was the basis for the recommendation that the department must assess and make payment, and that is why the department ultimately made that particular payment. Those documents were not available, and we tried to find them through the department. I then engaged with the then HOD to indicate that we were not able to give counsel these particular documents. Counsel needed these documents because they were not convinced on the basis of the investigation report that they could take the matter further. And failing us being able to provide them with those particular documents, the matter then at that particular stage prescribed. Prescription is in terms of the Prescription Act, and it says that if you have a debt, you must then enforce that particular debt within a period of 3 years. So because summons were then not issued within that period of 3 years, we could not then continue with the matter. And State Attorney then wrote to the department accordingly, indicating that the matter has prescribed and therefore they would continue to close their file. Thank you.
Okay, I think there'll be lots of comments later. Let's move on to the last two sets of questions. We want to engage you. First by Honourable Badenost, then Honourable Khanyile. Honourable Badenost.
The AG identified 35.8 million as being paid to partners or employees doing business with the department. What steps has the department taken to address this? Number two, the position of CFO was not filled by the year end. Provide details of the status as at 15 November 2021. Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Khanyile.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think mine is a sequel to the response that you made earlier on the consequence management. Because my question was, or is, that the AG, there is a finding that there is no consequence management in this department. And in your response, you say there is consequence management. Now, how do we reconcile the two statements? But now it also goes to what you are really saying now, where you talk about this 3-year period that you can follow up cases after 3 years. But now who should be blamed? Because it means the department you delayed and it expired. Now we can't do anything. I don't think we really have to come to that situation. Maybe we can really impress on that issue. That's one. The second part is not really a finding, but it came to our attention that there are this construction of temporary structures, especially during the time of the COVID, that for now they are like the white elephants. So we just want to check if ever we have plans in place that you don't have structures that are there, and from there become dilapidated or maybe vandalized, or just to get if we have the plans. It's not really a finding from the AG, but we want to check because it might be a finding later, so that as a department you really plan for this. Maybe lastly, I think that's a question that will really come from the chair, because it's more of a general. We want to just impress on the findings from the AG, if ever, because all these are findings, but there might be others that you want to tell us that there is this, and then this is how you want to circumvent them. Okay, thank you.
See, on the last two questions by Honourable Khanyile, is that if in your response on the temporary structures, you could also update this committee about this matter that is everywhere about that Carltonville, is it Carlton, the Western COVID-19? Yes. And also the last part of his question is really about maybe you might not have, like he says, you might not have to respond now, or you can just high level, but at some stage we will ask that you submit to us your audit action plan so that you can track progress that is made in addressing the issues by the AG. Thank you very much. Over to you, MEC.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the honourable members for the questions. Chair, there is a comprehensive response on the monies that have been identified by the AG as being money paid to those doing business with the state. Either our risk manager or the HOD will just take the committee through that. Chair, it's a bit of, it's technical, sort of technical in nature, but I think it's worthy that the committee is taken through what we did for COVID. So we don't have temporary structures. We have got structures where we used alternative building technology. So we didn't use the brick and mortar, we just used prefabricated materials. It gets prefabricated off-site and then erected on-site. The three are complete and in use. It's at Jubilee Hospital, it's at Dr. George Mukari, and it's at Bara. The plan was for these structures to be put in place to respond to COVID, with the intention for health to be able to, the Department of Health to still be able to use them post-COVID. So that's why we took a decision as a provincial government not to put up temporary structures. So we didn't do field hospitals. I think the only what could be deemed a field hospital was what we did at Nasrec, where we just turned the facility into a isolation center. And as the numbers of patients reduced, we then decommissioned the Nasrec facility and moved with Department of Health, then redirected patients to the additional bed capacity that we created across the province. So it's not temporary structures, it's a permanent structure. We are told that the lifespan of the structure is up to 60 years. And it's to later post-COVID is to also augment the health system in the province as a whole. That's also why they were chosen to be built at a particular hospital that's currently standing, so that the hospital staff and management still use that facility. It's almost like doing additions of wards or whatever it is. The hospital that was not completed was Kopanong Alternative Building Technology Hospital, where we had a problem with the performance of the contractor and we terminated. We have since appointed a completion contractor, but the Department of Health wants us to change the designs of that facility to make it almost completely augmenting the Kopanong hospital that is currently standing, so to expand on the services. But again, it's not using brick and mortar, it's using alternative building technology. So once we finalize between ourselves and the Department of Health the exact specifications of the facility, we'll be able to complete it as such. So there are no temporary facilities that are in existence in the province. As and when, I know with the Department of Health what they do, as and when they need additional space, they reconfigure the space in the hospital. So they would, for instance, stop elective surgeries and use that space for COVID patients. And then when they resume a particular service, so they just repurpose their hospital, their space inside. The Anglo facility, Chair, I will ask the DDG for Health to also respond. But maybe again, what we do as DID is we respond to what the client department's needs are, what they identify as their needs. They identified each of the regions, the way the department is structured, and the bed capacity that we may need in response to COVID. And in the West Rand, we had an unsolicited, you could call it an unsolicited donation from the Anglo mine for us to repurpose their facility, which was an old psychiatric hospital. If you look, Chair, in the area of the West Rand where this facility is located, even now as a department, we're even struggling to find office accommodation for social development or for other departments that need offices in regions, because the Western corridor just doesn't have. We either don't have enough, we don't have land, we don't have built structures. This was an old hospital donated to provincial government for refurbishment purposes, and it responded to the need that was identified by the Department of Health, which will also augment later on the health services in the Western corridor. So the facility is in use. It is in use, but I think there has been a lot of issues around whether it's in use to its full capacity or not. So there's the numbers fluctuate. One day you'll have 15, the next day you might have 25, etc., etc. So the big question is that should we have spent to prepare so many bed spaces, whereas we've never used it to its full capacity? Yes, I think Department of Health may not have used it to its full capacity in response to COVID, but I do believe that when we relook at the entire health system, it will be able to use that facility to its full capacity to augment the health system and health services as a whole, not just for COVID. So you'll be able to do all sorts of things. I think we even renovated and made space. We've moved the emergency management services where they were based to that facility, and where they were based it was not conducive for operating and for working. It was terrible conditions for them to work. EMS in that corridor now operates from Anglo. So I think that it's of course all the work that we did was in response to COVID. I think as a provincial government we had to take a decision as to whether we wait for people to be dying in the streets, or do we prepare bed spaces in response to a pandemic that we don't know how it behaves, which we took the latter decision. And now of course it's about the Department of Health having additional capacity, which is a good thing for a constrained system that we do have, and for them to be able to determine how they are going to use the additional capacity that has been placed in the West Rand. I think even residents of the West Rand often complain that they've had to go into Johannesburg for medical services, either the community health clinics or even the hospital, and there's now no longer that need. They can then just use the hospital, the bed spaces that are in the West Rand. But I'll ask the HOD to speak about those doing business with the state and the 38 million paid, and then if the DDG wants to add issues on Anglo or the question around the alternative building technology. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, MEC and Chairperson and members of the Scopa. Chair, on the issue of the officials doing the business with the state, or let me say, it's not with the department. Let me start there. Transactions, we have investigated this matter. Transactions by these officials started before them joining the state. But what happened is that the actual payment happened when they were already, it is two of them, they were already the employees of the state. That's the first part we need to clarify. However, the two officials have since left the state or the department. They are no longer with us. So we take the matter as it's a matter that we can't what to call it, exercise discipline in that regard on those two officials. The issue of the CFO appointment, Chair, we are making progress. Just more than a week ago, we have set up the panel approved by the Honourable Premier, and the panel has done the shortlisting for the position of the CFO. There is a date that is set quite soon to conclude the process before the end of the year. So we are hopeful that with the assistance of the State Security Agency, we'll be able to do the necessary vetting and then have the CFO at least in the fourth quarter of the financial year. That's a progress. On the issue of consequence management, Chair, let me indicate and give confidence and assurance to members of Scopa that we are taking matters of consequence management very seriously. To date, we have got a total of 20 cases of financial misconduct. Out of those cases, we have concluded the matters of discipline. 2 officials have since been dismissed in the department. 4 officials have received a necessary final written warning because of the nature of the cases. 2 cases, evident and recommendation from the investigation, could not provide for any specific official to be disciplined, and those charges were then withdrawn to those officials. 2 members of SMS have had 1 monthly salary suspended as well, which is one serious consequence that we also implemented. And 11 cases are currently being investigated by the risk section, and we are hoping that they will be completed by or before end of December. And in the fourth quarter, I'll be able then to implement the recommendations. So those are is the work that we are doing, and we are not going to allow matters to lapse so that there is no consequence management. We are very committed to it. Thank you very much. Dirichi, I'm not sure. Health.
Fine. Okay. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Honourable members, is there any other follow-up question or any other question you want to raise? It doesn't have to be based on the 4 follow-up questions we've asked. And I will ask that if you have just briefly do that so that we don't overstep the time that we need to have here. I only see one hand. I'm trying to see if there's another hand online, but I only see one hand in the room here. Okay, so there's only one hand. Honourable Chilwane.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, well, thanks for the response, MEC. Okay, thanks for the response, MEC. I must say I'm particularly worried about the 2 employees that obviously legally, as you are saying, you can't really do much. You know, I think this is a classic case of if we have played rugby, which I've not played, but I've heard of Scopa and Jag. You know, you kick outside, you enter inside, you resolve, and then you go outside. You know, it's a coup. I mean, it's a clean. Yeah. I think this is a high level of, you know, of syndicates, if I can use that word. But I really think that obviously the means are exhausted, but they should be. I don't think that it should be like that. I think, you know, one thing that we've been bemoaning the whole day, you know, is mitigation of this, you know, from each and every department that comes in. Say, how do you mitigate, you know, because at the end of the day, you know, I think as a politician, you know, there's perception that, you know, state is just a permanent, it's in a permanent state of a crime scene where people come and commit crime and leave, you know, and that perception needs to be turned around, and especially with departments like the DID, you know, with such a responsibility, you know, there needs to be some form of mitigation, you know, control, monitoring, you know, so that these cases, this situation doesn't persist. Because, you know, when you are saying there are senior management, you know, employees, officials that you docked salaries, you know, it's a serious, it's quite serious that, you know, the problem is much more deeper. Because our questions obviously were based on the Auditor General's report, but, you know, as and when you respond, you pick up that, you know, there is a big problem, you know, and I think at the center there should be greater, you know, strengthening of the hand, you know, of the iron fist in this regard, MEC, you know, to those officials beyond talking a salary, because, you know, if a person talks a salary means that he doesn't or she doesn't really need it, you know, and you are back to where you were initially, you know. So in the main question is that those officials that you are currently investigating, you know, are they currently the employer? Are they at work? You know, and what control measures we put in place that they don't even influence, you know, the outcome? Because it's quite possible that, you know, we're dealing with a case of a banned office, you know, or in such an instance, are we, you know, is it possible that there could be a threat of such, you know, against those particular officials that are currently being investigated? Yeah. Thanks.
That was a very short question from Honourable Chilwane. Over to you, MEC.
Thank you, Chair. I think to respond directly to the Honourable Member of Scopa, I think there is already a mitigation that has been introduced by DPSA. DPSA has now introduced an online system that HR components in the government sector can use by punching the ID number to pick up the status of a new employee. You are currently employed by the state, or whether there are any pending issues against that ID number or PESAL number. If you are not employed by the status will indicate that we have never, or you have resigned at some point. If you have resigned, then it gives an opportunity to do what we call vetting and referencing, to check with the previous employers and so forth. So there is a mitigation that has been introduced by DPSA in that regard, and we are now doing that as a department. We do all necessary screening and checking and referencing to all new officials before they join the department. It's part of the normal process that we have introduced. The issue of the independency and the integrity process of the investigation, let me give the members assurance that all financial related investigations are done by the risk section of the department, led by the acting chief risk officer, whose responsibility and accountability is that of the HOD only, direct reporting to the HOD. You recall that in the past, those components were under the CFO, but because of the integrity process, DPSA changed the guideline that chief risk officers should report directly to the accounting officer. And those investigations that we are currently busy with, the 11 of them, where officials are still part of DIT, there is an independent and confidential process that is in place. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. MEC, I'm not sure if you've got some comments. You want to make final word because we are done basically.
No, thank you, Chair. Let me just take the opportunity to thank the committee for giving us an opportunity to present. Maybe also just to speak on the question that Member Chilwani asked about how do you mitigate. I think it's easier when an employee leaves the state. There is a time period where they are not allowed to do business with the state, and it's regulated. I think the same thing when we need to engage DPSA on that, is that if somebody comes from the private sector working for themselves, doing work with the state, there must be a period in which they can't be employed by the state. Because I think some people may want to do business, but business, I guess, is not for everybody. And when business doesn't work out, they will look for employment. I do also agree with the point. I wanted to say something else in rugby terms, but I think let's stick to throw a javelin, where because we in the past there was a point where you have a period where officials do certain things in the state, they then leave the state to be able to catch whatever they've prepared while they were senior officials. So DBSA has dealt with that, maybe not as extensively as we need it to be dealt with, but the same thing must be done with those entering. I think, Chair, you requested that, maybe just in closing, is that you requested that we submit our audit action plan in writing. I'm not sure if there's anything else that you'd like us to submit, but just to say thank you, and on behalf of the department, I will say that we are committed to addressing things that have lapsed over a long period of time. I think we do find that we are dealing with things from 2016, 2017 that were not addressed, and it's putting the department on the back foot, but we have to address them regardless. We can't just leave them and say this is the 5th or the 6th administration will deal with everything that we found from 2019 going forward, because ultimately it's about how we prepare and correct things in the department going forward, even for those who will come after. But we do find that we are dealing with a lot of things that were not taken care of as far back as even 2015, I think. And it's an unfortunate situation, and it's a very painful process, because we have to do it, because you know, there's this thing of that we are in law, we are I've forgotten the word also, but successors in law. So we are dealing with things as far back as 2015, but I think it's a good learning experience of how not to do things going forward. So we are determined as a department to make sure that while we address those, we also put measures in place going forward, that they are avoided at all costs, so that we don't create a situation that those that come in 2024 and 25 are dealing with things from 2020. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, MEC. The audit action plans are normally what addressing the things that the Auditor General has raised and what you're going to do with that. So yes, that's that. But also, remember, the plans are that you must move from unqualified with findings to unqualified with no findings. So if you can take us into confidence about those plans, so that you can work with you to try and, I know you you have the plans, you must put the plans, but they must ensure that they implement. So we'll help you to make sure that they implement. So that's the intention, really. So no, so if you can submit such for us, moving forward. But thank you very much. I think we've come to the end of this session. We are going to adjourn now. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned until 2 o'clock. Our offer still stands.
Do we have to declare it, Chair?
No. This is Scopa, so it's already. If you don't, the only thing you can declare if you don't have the lunch.
There is an institution that is as old as our nation's fledgling democracy. An arm of the state that is provided for in the constitution of this great nation. The Gauteng Provincial Legislature. It is a remarkable body of governance that seeks to bring the voice of the 13 million people of Gauteng to the democratically elected government in Gauteng. It is no simple task, yet it is one that the Gauteng Provincial Legislature has done for the past 20 years and will continue to do so into the far future. This, then, is the story of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, and it is a story that will affect both me and you. Gauteng Legislature. Your view, our vision.
We are an activist legislature. What it means is we must ensure that we strengthen all the work that we do to ensure that the citizens have access, but they're able to interact. But if they want to raise issues, they're able to do that. But on the other hand, we need to build that capacity within ourselves to ensure that we're able to respond effectively to the issues that are being raised by the people. Because remember, we are the voice of the voiceless. So we need to be playing that role very, very effectively.
The legislature's mandate is to represent the public, so that the issues that affect the public on service delivery, with education, health, the roads, environment, anything else that you and I want to enjoy as a public good. The legislature is there to represent you.
Prior to 1994, there was no government. Government belonged to a certain group of people. But even that certain group of people, they were scared of actually raising voices. But remember, even during that time, we didn't have 9 provinces, we had only 4 provinces. And the way they were structured, they were only servicing a particular grouping of people.
We were a country where, as an official policy, were to be divided, not only in terms of race, but also along ethnic lines. I grew up in a place called Soweto. While Soweto is one big mega township, but if you are Sotho speaking, you live in a particular section, Xhosa, Zulu, etc.
South Africa's historical past was undemocratic. Public opinion, social participation, socio-political freedom and representation was stripped from the majority of South Africans. This repressive system would exist until 1994, when a democracy was born and restored to the nation. But undoing centuries of hatred and distrust is not easy. Under the new government, South Africa was demarcated into 9 provinces. The Pretoria Witwatersrand Vereeniging province would later, after much public engagement, be renamed to Gauteng.
If you recall, at the time, there was no capital either of the Gauteng province. So one of the first things we had to do, we put out a public hearings to really look at where the capital of Gauteng should be, to involve people in the processes, and eventually decided that the capital of Gauteng should be Johannesburg. And after that, we then were able to locate where the legislature was going to be.
We started in Nasrec at the Bull Ring because that was the only place that had the capacity to cater for a legislature.
The members of the committee recognize the honor bestowed upon them.
It was a whole big hall with a desk everywhere. You'd shout and, to the colleague at the other end, asking for this and that and so forth, in such a way that when we came here and had to be in our individual offices, it became lonely. We missed that shouting, we missed that family type of the unity that we had in Nasrec.
The challenge was, imagine that you are in a place where it's a multi-party democracy. We're coming with different views and different approaches to things, and yet we have negotiated a settlement in South Africa to build a democracy. And therefore it meant we had to be tolerant of each other. Because here you are, you're an ANC member, you've been fighting in the struggle, And suddenly now you are confronted with the very same people that had been throwing you in jail, that had been chasing you in the streets, that had been shooting you. Now you have to sit around here in this very legislature and begin to understand their role too.
I know it's easy to refer to us, to some of us, as former terrorists, Maguba bombers, former apartheid fascists. I would like to appeal, please try to do away with the adjectives. No Maguba bomber here. We have parliamentarians, members of the provincial legislature.
So there was a lot of mistrust and a lot of some tensions amongst ourselves, amongst the different parties. So it was a really funny situation initially when we started. But as time went on, things were normalized and so on, saying that, okay, we may differ in ideology and so on, but ultimately we have a same responsibility to ensure that this government in Gauteng works for our people.
What I remember about that period was it was exciting because although there were great differences between us, you had the sense you were actually building something new, you know. This was really going to change South Africa.
After 1994, we built in institution structures that belong to all our people.
The adoption of the Constitution as the highest law of the land gave birth to government systems and processes, governance structures, including provincial legislatures and their mandates. The legislature had the unenviable task of reviewing past laws and developing new legislations to ensure the province would become a viable entity for all. But first, the Gauteng legislature had to write rules that would guide the operations of the institution, known as the Standing Rules. The South African political system uses a three-pronged separation of powers with distinct mandates. These are the embodiment of our democracy. First, the legislature's mandate is to play oversight over the executive, make laws and incorporate public participation through all its processes. Second, the executive has the authority and responsibility for the daily upkeep in society. Third is the judiciary, with some of its duties being to interpret the law and apply the law to specific cases. To run its affairs, the legislature is guided by the Constitution, applicable laws, and the standing rules and orders.
The rules of Gauteng legislature are more of a hybrid because there were invitation to people from Germany, from France, from different places to come and workshop us. So it was a combination, not of what South Africa had, but we're looking for the best rules.
We'd started up after all the other democracies had come into being, and we want to take the best from all the other democracies. So I hope we did as good a job as we could in the circumstances, and yes, I think we started off with some very good rules, and we've tried to work within those rules.
There are 4 mandates that direct the operations of the legislature. Lawmaking. Lawmaking in the province includes passing laws within provincial competency, reviewing, amending or repealing past laws.
You see, we inherited a system which was so unjust and unfair and so biased that every piece of legislation, provincial and national, had to be looked at anew.
So we found ourselves having to write legislation without any of us really being experts in the field of legislation.
In most cases in Gauteng and even in other provinces, even nationally, government departments are the ones who are always active when it comes to the laws. But here at the legislature, we can even make laws on our own as members. We call it members' bill. So you will table that in a committee. There will be a committee that the speaker elects, so it's an ad hoc committee. that will specifically deal with those amendments, and you will table what you think should be amended to or should be done. And then there will be those processes that will follow. There will be public hearings. There will be people that are being called to be involved so that you can check the pros and cons. Presentations will be done by those people that come to committee meetings, by the way, that have a keen interest on the amendments or on the law that you want to make. And then finally, it will become a law.
We make the laws to facilitate development so that you can enjoy a better quality of life. For instance, if you want good quality education, the legislature representing you must then develop an education law that makes it possible for you and your children and your children's children to receive quality education.
It can also be introduced through a petition, where a member of the public, a group of people may bring a petition whose full response could require a provincial or even a national law. Just recently, we've conducted a study that we had undertaken of laws passed since 1994. I think the outcome of that has indicated a mixed bag. There are some laws that now require amendment because the conditions have changed. So we'll be engaging with the different committees to bring back the report and basically with the relevant departments to indicate to them where the laws that have been passed, where the weaknesses, and what can we do to ensure that we close those gaps.
The legislature's oversight role and scrutiny over the work of provincial departments is key to holding departments accountable regarding service delivery in the province.
The Gauteng legislature does oversight over government departments.
Pele ke dula fase ke rata gore bjale ka ge re fentse lenaneo la kgatelelo le kgethollo re tlo bo fenya bosenyi mo provinseng ya rena mogologolo o boletše a re se se sa felego se a hlola a buša a re le ge o ka e buela leopeng magoko o bua a go bona re le badudi ba Gauteng re magoko o bua democracy.
There's two parts to it. One is ensuring that government is accountable on the things it needs to be done. Second is to ensure that the government is made aware of problems that may exist in various communities.
Our oversight as the legislature is complementary. It is not adversarial. So if there are weaknesses, our responsibility is to point out those weaknesses and to make recommendations. If government does not accept those recommendations, it must still come back to the legislation and explain why it has not accepted those.
Oversight is, simply put, this is a process by which the legislature holds the government to account. And this is enshrined in the Constitution, requiring legislatures and Parliament to hold government accountable. In 2002-2003, the Gauteng legislature established and introduced what was known as a program evaluation and budget analysis model, which is an oversight model that it utilizes to hold government accountable. And this now manifests in the form of the submission and the tabling of quarterly reports by various government departments, government agencies and entities to the legislature for the legislature's own consideration and interrogation. And the fact that this oversight model has since been adopted by the whole country, we see that as a major milestone. And so we now have a system. It provides for a much more scientific, much more systematic way in which we hold government to account.
So when you are a Minister of Small and Medium Enterprises like myself, for instance, I've already gone to Parliament, presented my plan for the next 3 years. They've scrutinized that plan, they've criticized that plan, they've made additions to the plan because they are representing the public. Then they engage with the communities to find out whether the plan that you said you were going to implement in those communities, is it being implemented or not?
In his 1994 inaugural address, former President Nelson Mandela, the stalwart of our struggle, declared, and I quote, out of experience of an extraordinary human disaster that lasted too long, must be born a society of which all humanity will be proud. Our daily deeds as ordinary South Africans must produce an actual South African reality that will reinforce humanity's belief in justice, strengthen its confidence in the nobility of the human soul, and sustain all our hopes for a glorious life for all.
Well, the legislature primarily carries out its duties through its committees. There are primarily two types of committees we'd have. One would be called portfolio committees. Those would mirror government departments, such as health, human settlements, social development, sports, arts, recreation, etc. So those are portfolio committees. There would be an MEC in charge who will account to that committee. But we have standing committees that have to do with transversal and cross-cutting issues.
It's actually a breaking down of the legislature's work into various sectors. It then looks on behalf of the legislature a specific department. If it's a portfolio committee, and if it's a standing committee, it looks at specific issues like Scopa on finance and finances, or the petitions on public participation. But all we're doing is the work of the legislature. So we're breaking the work of the legislature into smaller units, which gives effectiveness and direct focus.
The committee inquiry system is another innovation by the Gauteng legislature. It is an oversight mechanism which applies an investigative approach to scrutinizing departments and issues affecting communities. The inquiry system was first piloted in the Kleinfontein community.
Did you identify the members who had spoken to the department and speak directly to them?
The most usual way I can do that is to say, colleagues, I'm here asking about anybody who knows about this situation. But even if it's difficult here, consult me individually.
Can you confirm, you're saying there's an allegation that blacks have been beaten up by people of this community or in the area. If there were any cases, what happened to them?
Mob justice, I know, and the MEC came in April last year, but it was at Zitobeni, where people were beaten for being suspected of stealing or committing crime. I haven't heard yet of this committee or Boschkop committee having such a situation.
Kleinfontein for me was a very good lesson. For the legislature, it asserted us. Even that community knew when they didn't know before that there's Gauteng legislature.
Public participation runs across all the work of the legislature.
Public participation is very important. And Gauteng legislature has done very well.
I-legislature yabantu, ayo legislature yethu.
What is the intention for us to have interactions with communities, with the society, with people of Gauteng, explaining to them what is the legislature, what is the function of the legislature, what is the function of government. Because we realize that very few people know how government works. In fact, very few knows that there's also a separation of power. As a result of that, we wanted to engage with communities. First was to assist them to understand how government works, but also secondly, we wanted them to express their views in all structures of government in our country. But particularly because we're in Gauteng legislature at the time, we wanted people to come to the legislation to express their views, to make proposals, to make suggestions, because we always believe that people should, by and large, participate fully in decisions that affect their life. That's what really we're trying to do.
From the very beginning, I think that was a priority for the legislature. How were we going to ensure that our people could continue to participate beyond voting in the processes of decision-making in the legislature? The decisions that legislatures make have an impact on people's lives. They decide how much money should go to education as opposed to healthcare, as opposed to economic development in the province. So those are decisions that we thought the people should have a role in participating in. That's why we set up a public participation office. We set up a petitions and public participation committee, in addition to the other committees on housing and so forth. And their mandate, their role was to investigate how to encourage and facilitate public participation.
There are a number of ways that the legislature reaches out to the public, such as taking Parliament to the people, stakeholder engagements, public hearings, and Bua le Setjhaba.
You come to Gauteng, we have a program called Bua le Setjhaba, which is basically a Sotho word that says talking to the nation.
Bua le Setjhaba is a recent innovation of committees taking large-scale surveys of communities on social issues affecting communities. Public hearings, such as this one in Thokoza, occur regularly and provide a direct link between the public and the legislature.
It's my first time coming here for the public participation. So we are here to hear if whatever they're going to promise is going to be true or not. So anything thereafter, maybe like next year, we'll check.
They listen to what we are telling them and take notes and send it back to the people, send it back to us, those reports and everything. I think the legislature is playing a vital role because without them we can't access. If you want to report a councillor or whoever, then if you fail to do it through municipality, you can do it through the legislature, then the voice can be heard.
The petition system is a significant way in which you and I can interact with the legislature.
We needed a platform where we can engage directly with the people. And unfortunately, you will not know what are people thinking every day, 7 days a week. So the legislature then adopted a Petitions Act.
The Petitions Act encourages any member of the public, any individual or collective, to petition the legislature on any issue, whether it relates to local government, provincial or national. You petition, you submit your petition, and it is now, at the stage now, there's e-petitioning. So you do it online.
As an individual, I may raise this. If you have your lights and you don't understand why are the lights increasing, and every time you go to that local municipality that is concerned, they are not giving you a satisfactory answer, and you feel that as an individual, your rights have been infringed, you have a right to launch a petition.
We work with the department to be able to solve this problem.
It's no longer your issue. It is the committee of the legislature that will be acting on your behalf, calling the municipality, in your presence, by the way, because you will be there. You will know what is it that they are saying. And you'll also be given an opportunity to say, no, what you are saying is not true. And I have to say, we do have successful stories. For example, there was one school in Fochville. In that school, African children were not allowed because of the barrier of the language. The school adopted the policy that has to say those learners who want to enroll in that school, it must be learners who want to have Afrikaans as a language. There was a petition to this institution. The legislature committee managed to make sure that those learners are given the opportunity. And through that now, that school is open and African learners are allowed to apply in their choice of language that they want to do in that school.
Another way in which we promote public participation is through what we refer to as sector work. And so the legislature has established sector parliaments, and we're not the only legislature that does that, and this is part of international experience as well. So we now have a youth parliament. Some of us have gone through those youth parliaments in our days. Youth parliament where young people get exposure to the workings of a parliament. We have women's parliament. Of recent, we now have children's parliament.
In Vereniging, the sector parliament on older persons had lively deliberations on issues affecting the sector.
We know the government of today is trying its level best with us saying we don't see what they are doing, which is very untrue. There's a lot of changes that have been done. We are glad as senior citizens that today we are able to participate, to put our request, to put our needs to the ruling government.
I appreciate the legislature because everything the issues which raised by the people here now, like now, next year, before they doing the sector parliament, they call us to come and give us the feedback. If we don't see what they say has been changed, then we raise it again.
I think we're the first province to talk to lesbians, gays, bisexuals, transgender, etc. Because they are a community. Regardless of what your moral stand is, these are citizens. And the Constitution guarantees their rights. We can't discriminate on the basis of gender or sexual preference. We talk to commercial sex workers. They're a huge community, particularly in areas like here in Gauteng.
The LGBTI, or lesbians, gays, bisexuals, transsexuals, transgender and intersex Parliament, focuses primarily on the lingering persecution and prejudice still experienced by this sector of the community.
By being in the Parliament today, I've gained a lot of things that most of them I was not aware of them. And I felt very proud because the government is now recognizing us, though it has started by our former president, Dr. Nelson Mandela, has talked about the discrimination that was in the country because of the LGBTIs. So now the government is taking from where he has started.
The legislature has offered me a space where I could raise my voice. I think they're playing a very huge role. Hence here we are surrounded by LGBTI from different areas, townships, cities. I think this is a great move.
But then the question is, so what? If you are able to engage with these sections of our community, what comes out of it? Does it really help to improve their conditions? Does it help us to build unity whilst noting diversity? Because we are a secular state also, remember. There are people who just think it's totally abhorrent. Why do you even want to talk to commercial sexual workers? They're citizens. So to that extent, there are a lot of very creative things that Gauteng has tried.
So those sector parliaments are very important. They shaped also and highlighted issues that are affecting the public out there.
Cooperative governance is a relatively new mandate that seeks to ensure the smooth cooperation between the three arms of the state: the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature.
It takes its premise from the Constitution itself, which provides for three arms of the state, which is the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary. And within the state itself, you have three layers: national, provincial, and local government. So it enjoins all those elements of the state to work together within their respective responsibilities, maintaining their independence, but cooperating with each other to realize the constitutional mandate, which is that of making a better life for our people.
Constitutionally, all spheres of governance, they are distinct, interdependent, and that's why we want to encourage the cooperative nature of our governance. There's no big sister or big brother. All of them have their jurisdiction. They work according to what the Constitution says to them. But because South Africa is a unitary country, all of them must work together to advance the better life for all our people.
In pursuit of cooperative governance, the legislature held an historic joint sitting with local government in August 2006.
I guess from the rules that have been adopted for this assembly, I'm a guest in this house together with Mayor Dumangosi. Today is a historic day in the life of the legislature. It's the first time since the advent of democracy that public representatives at local and provincial level have come together inside the legislature to outline a common program of action to improve the lives of the people of the province.
We want a city region that is inclusive. So developing social strategies that have to move in tandem with economic development.
Oversight, lawmaking, public participation and cooperative governance, much as they are part of the present reality, they are also the future. The legislature thus continues to position itself in a manner that ensures the achievement of these mandates. The world over, technology and the rise of social media is forcing organizations to adapt their communication strategies. The legislature is one.
The MEC, Khanyile, please have the MEC there. Oh, okay, okay. Just. Yeah, it's working. Shall we start? Let me take this opportunity to welcome MEC Mamabulo. Let me also indicate that there are basic rules. We've agreed that if you are in this room, you must have your mask on. But when it's your turn to speak, you can remove your mask because it makes it easy for audio issues to be addressed. So welcome, MEC. We have convened here because we are in a process of finalizing, or we have examined the report of the AG on the legislature itself and also on the departments and entities of Gauteng provincial government. The process we had followed was that when we received the report from the AG, we engaged the AG, they explained a lot of things to us, then we asked questions, we got responses, and we engaged with those responses. Because of time constraints, we agreed that responses must be by a particular time. Now, from your department, MEC, we received a letter. We received a letter where you indicated that you were not going to be able to meet our deadline, and you gave us another date, which was more than a week or so from the time we allocated for you to respond. And then we then responded, and you then gave us your responses within 24 hours of our letter, which we appreciated. But remember, we had written in the both the letters that the adequacy of the responses will determine whether we need to have a session with you in public hearings. We realized that some of the responses were not adequate enough. That's the reason why we've convened both the department and G-Fleet. We didn't invite Gauteng management because we thought we were happy with what we got from there. So in the way we are going to run the session, we are going to start with the questions about the department. Some questions will repeat the same, in some cases will repeat the same questions we asked you, because already we cleared the content as we received it is clearer. In some cases it will be new questions. Excuse me. And then from there we will deal with G-Fleet after that. So we want to ask MEC, because of time constraints, that if the officials from your side, when you give them a chance to respond to some of the things, if you are going to give them a chance to respond, that they should just be brief and to the point. There are no long stories. But obviously they must make sure that they give us as much information as we need. Obviously, if we are not happy, we'll ask them questions. So maybe that's where we should start, MEC. That because in your letter you didn't tell us what was the reason you wanted us to give you an extension. You just said, just asked for an extension. There was no reason why you wanted an extension. Let's start there, MEC. Maybe you could, did you have problems at the time of submitting the responses? Or what was the issue? Over to you, MEC. And what we have agreed is that you don't have to introduce your team, but when they speak, anyone who speaks, they don't introduce themselves, and then they speak. But it means anyone who won't speak in this meeting will never know them. Okay, over to you, MEC.
Hear me? Oh, I must keep holding. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think this is better. Thank you. Well done. This is great. Okay. Once more to you, Chairperson, and to all honourable members. I would like to just thank you for inviting us to this meeting. We understand we have a responsibility to be accountable, and that's how we acknowledge the invite. I acknowledge you pressed for time. I would have wished to just give you a high-level overview of the state of the department, but you have asked me a specific question. I think, Chair, because we have already submitted the questions, the replies, and we asked for extension. We didn't provide sound reasons, or we didn't provide reasons at all. I want to upfront say, Chair, it will be very much difficult to justify not meeting your timeline, and I wouldn't really want to even attempt a justification, except to appreciate that you gave us an extension, and that in future we will make sure that we comply with your directive. The department chair is in a very serious difficulty in the sense that our HOD has just left the department, gone to Mpumalanga province. We have got a acting HOD who is also new, just started in the department this year as a CFO. We have DDGs that are new, they've not even finished 6 months, I think. So those type of difficulties talk to the challenges of gathering information and doing oversight on it to make sure that we provide you quality information. And that's why our information may not be up to the level where it's supposed to be. Thanks, Chair. I don't want to take your time. But I think we can, with all fairness, just plead for forgiveness if our reasons are not sound enough. It will never happen again.
Thank you very much, MEC. As I said, there'll be questions that we will ask. We ask you that you respond to them. I want to give over to Honourable Khanyile. Let me just get my facts right now. Honourable Khanyile, he's going to ask you about 2 questions. You respond to them, and then when you are done, we will then have Honourable Cilliers to ask the questions. So, Honourable Khanyile.
No, thank you very much. 2 questions, as you indicated. One on the lawsuits. The other one is underspending of the department. Under the lawsuit, if the department can summarily just give us matters about the lawsuit as well as the age analysis. That's one. Secondly, the progress that has been made by 30 September 2021 in resolving each lawsuit. 3, provide a progress report detailing effective measures which were put in the previous year to reduce the occurrence of the lawsuit. So those are the questions under the lawsuit. But now coming to underspending. 1, if the department can provide details of implications of underspent amount in the new financial year, 1. 2, provide the details on the progress made regarding the status of operating licensing applications, as well as its effect on service delivery. 3, when you responded regarding the House resolutions, you advised that the organizational structure was sent to the Office of the Premier for approval. Now, if you can provide us in terms of the progress in this regard. So those are the 2 major questions with the sub-questions. Thanks.
And let me see, the last question, obviously, it's also within the context of what you've just said in your opening remarks with the recent resignations and acting of. Over to you, MEC.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, and once more, Honourable members. Chair, with respect to the first question on lawsuits, I just want to say to the committee that the trend line on our lawsuit is that we have reduced the number of cases. In actual fact, in the management of these cases, and I think we should be able to provide you with a breakdown of the cases, because we do have it. It will be, I think it would have been sent If not, it should be submitted. But we have reduced the case the number of cases. We have improved the efficiency in the management of the cases, in the sense that you will see that almost more than half of the cases that we're dealing with were really pothole cases. I think I think the officials will give an exact total number of the pothole cases. These are cases that people hit a pothole on the road and then they send to us. Most of them are are on municipal roads, but because members of the public don't know whose road is it, they just send to us. They are the biggest part of the number of cases we have. The direction we have given on pothole cases, which cloud our number of cases, is that we have initiated a technical legal process for those cases to approach a court, that a ruling be made on them, so that they are not hanging, because most of them won't have a claim against us. And there's no supporting documents for the claim, backup of the claim, let me put it that way. So you will see, Chair, that the majority of cases are one item, and we will be approaching a court with respect to those cases to be dealt with. And I can assure the committee that the way we are managing these cases is far much better than the way we have been managing them, because we now know what process to follow on each case and what is to be done with it. But I'll ask the officials just to give the figures, and if they've got the breakdown, to provide it. The issue with respect to, let me start with the organizational structure. It's a very important matter because it affects the department. It is a matter that last time the department adopted an organizational structure was in 2011. If not 2012, I think they can correct me. What we said in the correct position, Chair, is that the organizational structure process is being led by the Premier's office. They are the ones who are doing it for us. If I were to use the correct word, will be so that you can understand the processes with them. They are like sort of our consulting team doing it for us, because the Premier's office is the custodian of organizational structure. They link directly with the Department of Public Service and Administration. So they are the custodian of that process. So fortunately for me, I've asked for a meeting with the Premier's office to update us on where the process is. What I'm assured of last week Monday with the officials was that we will complete the process this year. By completion, I mean sending to the Minister of actually, let me say, yes, the Premier's office sending to the National Minister, and we wouldn't obviously know when will they complete the process. But from our side, Chair, we are at the end tail of that, and if this is still not adequate, that the process will be completed before the end of this year for submission to national government, we can give you maybe further information, but the overarching principle is that that's where it is. And the Premier's office, even with us, we depend on them updating us, which is what I've asked for, that they must update us before the end of November. The issues pertaining to under expenditure, poor performance on spending, and its implications for the department, I just want to say that one of the biggest problems that we have, which impacts the financial performance of the department, Chair, is about $1 billion in our under poor performance on expenditure. It's about the perennial matter of the bus subsidy. You will see that the biggest part of that is the bus subsidy. The bus subsidy, as you know, Chair, was last advertised in and around 1998. It was never advertised. They've been working on an annual 3-year, 5-year renewals without advertising. When I came in as MEC, I did two things. One is I got a legal opinion on why is this thing not being advertised. Can I advertise it? And the answer was yes. We were still not satisfied because we were told that we can't go that route. These agreements are binding. We must renew them. I got the second opinion. It said advertise. As I'm speaking to you, we have advertised. The tender as we're sitting here is running. And we're waiting for the closing date. And the sad part, though, is that 3 organizations have taken us to court to stop the tender because they are saying we are violating the agreement signed at national. Remember, this bus subsidy tender was concluded at national on behalf of provinces, but it's run at national. It's a national issue. It's not a Gauteng matter. But because of the way it affects us here, and we get audited on it, and the audit problems sit on our doorstep, because buses don't claim the money, because they don't claim it because it is costly for them to operate on a route. They can't make profit out of it. They abandon the routes they don't claim. That's how it happened. Because the tender is too old, is not lucrative for them. So we have advertised. I think the long and short of it is that we have advertised the tender for the first time since 1998. And we are now being blocked. I had a legal consultation with our lawyers this week, and our standpoint is very clear. We are proceeding with the court. I think the court is coming in on the 30th. But we are not stopping. We are continuing with the tender process. Once the tender is done, finalized, awarded, it will improve the performance, because then that money will be claimed. People will be able to make a gain on it, and they'll run the routes, and then they won't abandon the money. So that one, Chair, it's a matter that I can assure you, it has been very difficult. Even now, by the way, and because this, I'm told, it's not yet a public meeting, even our national department is not sure how to approach the matter. They're not joining us on the case. They're saying, let's see how you go. So anyone really putting, the only issue is the poor expenditure reflect on our side. But with all fairness, Chair, we are going to court without the support of the National Department. I'm just taking you into confidence about the seriousness of this issue and the difficulty of this issue. But the infrastructure expenditure is the second part. You know, Chair, we can give you a figure of the problems with our infrastructure expenditure are in leadership of the department, how that impacts procurement processes from the core branch itself. And we have improved a lot in the sense that when I was coming into the department was at procured, they'll be running 1 or 2 roads at a time, as in construction, or just one. We have awarded many bids, but unfortunately the impact of those, Chair, will only be in the next financial year because we have awarded them this year. And I can ask the CEO later, the CFO acting HOD, to tell you the number of how many awards we have done in a very short space of time. We have what we call the infrastructure, the transport infrastructure house, which has really helped us to bring in efficiencies in the, sorry, Chair, in the transport infrastructure space. And I'm quite sure that the issues of supply chain procurement, we have dealt with them. We are attending to them. I can give you one example of why I think we have dealt with our supply chain issues. You know, in construction, Chair, in the department, to package a tender, you depend on engineering consulting firms, what is called professional service provider, PSPs. They package tenders for you for construction. in this case, for us in the department to appoint a PSP to do the work for us and take it to tender, that appointment, if you are lucky, it will take a year. To appoint one company, go through the procurement process, get them to start, and then they're going to prepare you a tender for construction of a road. That's 5 years. When I came into the department, I insisted that the rates of engineering firms are standard rates, they are regulated rates. Procure a panel of PSPs, and then you'll cut over a month, within a month, instead of a year to do supply chain. We advertised the tender, but because of COVID-19 we had problems. As I'm speaking to you, we will for the first time have a panel of PSPs concluded in the next 2 weeks. In which case, the year we were spending appointing just one, we will have a panel. It means all our roads will have service providers to prepare tender document. That is critical for pipelining of our projects, and that's going to help us a lot. So I want to pass that issue by saying the changes we are bringing in supply chain as it relates to roads is quite amazing, and it's going to have a good impact with the transport infrastructure house that we spend. I didn't answer the issue about the impact of under expenditure on the current financial year. I just want to say, Honourable Khanyile, there's no negative impact as it relates to lack of capacity to deliver services. I might just say to you that the capacity we're building in the department, for the first time since 2015, we have all DDG posts filled. We don't have a vacant DDG post. And that is good leadership to lead the department. So the main issue that was affecting our performance was leadership, not financial issues so much. Because it's not good to ask for more money when you can't perform on the existing one. So we felt, let us rather sort out our leadership issues. And to that extent, I'm happy that we have filled in all the DDG posts. We don't have a single one that is vacant. We just have one DDG that is undergoing a disciplinary process. But otherwise, they are all filled. So, Chair, there was a question about DLTCs. Oh, it's still coming. Yes, that's yes. On this one, I want to be very brief and say, you'll be aware that COVID-19 has impacted DLTCs. These are driver license testing centers where driver licenses are issued. You'll be aware that the minister has extended the validity period of DLTCs to March 2022, and oh, okay. The DDG has just asked that he speak to the matter, but I'll leave it to him. So these are operating licenses as it relates to the buses and the taxis. So that is fine. Sorry about that. But again, Chair, this is a matter that I'll just like our DDG, who will introduce himself, to speak to. And of course, if there's a matter he hasn't clarified well, I will deal with it. So it's not about DLTC, sorry, Honourable Khanyile. It will be clarified. So I think I've tried to answer your questions, but if they are still not clear, the team is here, we can try our best. But let me just ask DDG to introduce himself and answer the question about transport operating licenses.
Thank you, MEC, and thank you, Honourable Chair. Pertaining to the question regarding operating...
The MEC said you'll introduce yourself.
Oh, sorry, Chair. My name is Mutubaz. I'm the DDG for Transport in the department. Regarding the question that was raised by Honourable Khanyile on operating licensing applications, These are applications that relates to, in the main, public transport. In the past, we used to call them permits, but in terms of the National Land Transport Act, they are referred to as the operating licenses for our public transport operators in the main. Due to the interruptions caused by COVID-19 pandemic, we experienced a number of, or we accumulated a lot of backlogs on these applications for operating licenses. And in the main, one of the reasons why we had these backlogs, it was compounded by the fact that our system, the National Land Transport Information System, goes on and off from time to time, and that creates a glitch in the system. The system is actually it's a national system that is controlled, and the Department of Transport is the custodian thereof. So we're just mentioning the issue of system malfunction that actually caused or compounded the problem. And as a result of the pandemic as well, especially on during the lockdown level 5, 4, 3, there's been a need for the department to close some of the offices for that process applications for operating licenses for a prolonged period of time, and that actually compounded also the problem of the backlog. And in that context, most public transport operators were not able to lodge applications or collect their operating licenses during these lockdown periods because of the protocols that had to be followed and adhered to. And in that case, only less than 10 operators at a time were allowed to transact at various service centers that the department operates in various districts and regions. And in addition to that, it also meant that due to the COVID-19 protocols, we had to limit the number of officials who would be allowed to work at a given time. And in that instance, the department only adopted a weekly rotational system. So you can imagine that if applications are coming through, they are not being attended as they come due to the limitation imposed by the numbers that we had to have in the system. This actually compounded the problem. So we made an assessment, and our assessment indicated that as of February 2021, we embarked on an overtime process. We introduced a system where we would, especially from the time lockdown level 1 was introduced, we started to have people working overtime. At the commencement of the overtime process in May this year, the total number of applications that were recorded in our system stood at 16,227. And because all applications we were not able to finalize them within 6 months, according to our target in terms of the annual performance plan, we are expected to finalize applications or each application within 6 months of receipt of that application. So anything beyond 6 months, it means it's recorded as a backlog. So we are dealing with that backlog in terms of the overtime. And as of October 2021, the total number of applications finalized out of 16,000 were 11,759. And because the applicants do not wait, it's a moving target, because every time applications come through, they actually add on the backlog. But through our intervention in terms of the overtime process, we are now standing, we finalized 11,759, and we have got a total of 21,579 as of end of October 2021. The second part of the issue relates to the extension of validity period of expired operating licenses. Now, because the National Ministry realized that the only way to deal with these expired operating licenses in this case was to basically extend the validity of the operating licenses. So the current circumstances are that both interprovincial and intra-provincial operators in possession of operating licenses that expired in March 2020 to date are deemed to be valid with the validity period extended by the Minister up to 31 March 2022. Thank you, Chair.
MEC, the on the issue of the details that relate to the investigations, you don't really have to get into much detail. The lawsuits, because I think you did in your submissions, I think there's lots of details that are there. We'll rely on that. We just wanted you to give us just a picture, and I think what you've given us so far is sufficient. So I'm saying they don't have to give us more information. We're happy with it, yeah. I'm not sure, honourable members, if there's any follow-up question. Fine. Okay. I must check because there are members online. Okay, let me hand over to Honourable Cilliers, and after that, I'm going to ask Honourable Kekane to pose the question. Honourable Cilliers.
Thank you, Chair. My first question, MEC, is on predetermined objectives.
It looks like we've got a problem with sound. Honourable Cilliers,
Can you hear me?
We seem not to be able to hear you. They are trying to sort it out here. Are you able to? No, we still can't hear him.
Chair, can you hear me now? I've switched off my video feed.
Yes, we can hear you, but very faintly. Let's see if they can sort it out. Honourable Cilliers, can you hear us?
I can hear you very well.
Yes, you can hear faintly. Okay, in the meantime, whilst they are sorting out, can you ask Honourable Kekane just to ask the question whilst they are busy sorting out the problem from the site? Honourable Kekane? We'll come back to you, Honourable Cilliers.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson, honourable members, and the department and the MEC. I'll confine myself to two questions, Chairperson. One is on the irregular expenditure, and the other one would be on the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And the first one on the irregular expenditure, we just want the department to provide the committee with progress made in the investigations, the condonations, and the possible writing off of the various irregular expenditure amounting to 2 billion incurred in the financial year under review, and to also provide the committee with the details pertaining to the areas alleged to be irregular expenditure, as well as provide the committee with details on the clarifications which are still sought from the forensic auditors. And finally, progress made as at the 30th of September 2021 to deal with matters in the report, including engagements with the forensic auditors. And on the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, the committee has noted that the department has reported a closing balance of 13.9 million of fruitless and wasteful expenditure at the end of the year under review, and this includes the 87,000 which the department has indicated that it was going to refer for investigation. So we would want the MEC to, or anyone delegated, to provide an update on the referral of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure amount of 87,000 for investigation. 2, provide details for not referring for investigation and possible writing of or condonation of the balance of 13.8 million of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And finally, provide the committee with an explanation to the link of the last paragraph in the narrative in the block in the middle of page 320 of the 2021 annual report of the department to be disclosed information and figures on fruitless and wasteful expenditure. I will pause there, Chair. Thank you very much.
Yeah, MEC, let me just explain that although we're going through some of the questions that we asked you before, you remember you've already provided us with responses. So if you can just try and be brief, if there's a specific matter where we're looking for, we'll be able to make a follow-up on that. Yeah, so, but it's over to you, or whoever you delegate.
Delegate the acting HOD. Introduce yourself and then.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Mampe Hololo, the CFO and the acting HOD. I will start with the question regarding the irregular expenditure of 2 billion that was incurred during 2021. And I need to indicate that that 2 billion relates to the bus subsidies, the payments of the bus subsidies, which the MEC spoke at length to. And that 2 billion we made submissions to Treasury in line with the agreements that have been made. It's before the committee for consideration for condonation. With regard to the fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 13 million, it is still under investigation. We need to indicate that it is actually, you know, it's a figure that's made up of various small amounts. The investigations are going on, and we will report progress on that. If the committee will note is that at the beginning of 2021, the total fruitless and wasteful expenditure was about 59 billion. So there was significant progress made that led to the closing balance of 13 million, and we are continuing to work on that. I will then move on to the narrative with regard to the irregular expenditure, where we had indicated that we will be engaging forensic investigators for clarity. I need to indicate both, I think both on the narrative itself and the irregular expenditure from the bus subsidies, the disciplinary processes, they are quite in an advanced stage, and we are awaiting the outcome of the disciplinary processes before we could finalize the issue around the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. With regard to the narrative itself, especially on the construction, the K46, an assessment has been done. As you know, that the contract has been awarded already. Construction has commenced. So an assessment has been done, as we have promised before, that when we appoint a contractor, we'll do an assessment with regard to the extent of what needs to be redone. And that assessment has been done, a report has been produced. What we are waiting for is the pricing around what has been reported. Once we have received that pricing, we will be in a position to know exactly how much we are disclosing in the financial statements. And also, with regard to the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, we will be in a position to know that. But we believe that with the stage where the progress has been made, by the end of, by at least the fourth quarter, we will be in a position to finalize the governance issues around the matter. Thank you. I think I've covered all the issues that were asked. Thank you.
Honourable members, are there any follow-up questions? Let me just So the biggest issue that you have is really around the bus subsidy. Otherwise, the other amounts are just small amounts. Is that what you're saying? And if you resolve that, you'd have dealt a heavy blow on this irregular wasteful expenditure and all that. Am I correct? Correct. Thank you very much. Okay, Honourable Silias, let's see if we can hear you again.
Can you hear me now, Chair?
Yes, I can hear you, but you're still trying to sort it out. Just say it again.
How about now?
Yeah, that's getting better. I think they are getting it right. Yes, you can go ahead.
Thank you. My first question is about predetermined objectives. So the committee notes the findings on the reliability and usefulness of reported performance information in Programme 3. Could the MEC and the department provide the committee with its assessment of the inability to report appropriately on Programme 3, transport operations specifically as per the finding by the Auditor General, and then provide the committee with details of measures put in place to prevent a recurrence of this finding? And then my second question is about procurement and contract management. And it's about the committee notes that the department had challenges with record keeping and retrieval. And we would just like an update on the investigations and the outcomes of the reported flooding at your regional office, which resulted in some supporting evidence being lost. That's the update there. And then my final question, I just want to take you briefly back to the bus subsidies. The committee has noted that the department was investigating what you term an unauthorised expenditure related to management of this grant and the bus subsidy, as contained in an investigation report initiated by the Gauteng Provincial Treasury. Could the MEC provide the committee with the details pertaining to the alleged unauthorised expenditure, and also details on the clarifications which are still sought from the forensic auditors? And just general, what is the status of this investigation as of 30 September 2021? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, ABC, and I think the bigger issue also is we realize that you refer to it as alleged. Why would you refer to it as alleged? I think you said it's because it was raised by someone. Can you just clarify that? Because our assumption of alleged is that we are still not convinced that it is. So, but we'll hear your explanation. So I just wanted to emphasize that element. You realize in your statement you keep on saying it's alleged. Thank you.
Okay. Let me ask once more the HOD to deal with the questions, and we'll share with the DDG on the transport operations issues. Let me leave it to them. I'd like to come back on transport operations, and then of course the issue of alleged is not a hard and fast matter that I think it should be possible to clear the air on that. I don't think it's a matter we will want to insist on. CFO, HOD.
Thank you. Once again, when we go through the irregular expenditure that is in the narrative in the financial statements, because that explains why we're saying it's alleged, it's because there are still, aspects of the expenditure itself that needs to be confirmed in financial terms. We need to be able to determine exactly the issues around what regulations, what sections exactly have been contravened before we can actually disclose. So that is because it's still a narrative that we're waiting for confirmation, such as the outcome of the assessment that is done on the site itself. That's why we're still saying it is alleged, but also the disciplinary processes that are still ongoing, because they have an impact on the conclusion of what is fruitless and wasteful expenditure. that is the reason why we're still saying it's alleged, but it's not like we are saying we are disagreeing at this point in time. We're saying it's because there are still other aspects of other, dependencies that need to be finalized before we can actually conclude on the matter. Thank
Maybe
you.
before you head over, who must confirm that?
It is through the processes. One that I've already indicated, I said that an assessment has been done on the construction side by the new contractor, and we're waiting for the pricing of the work that the assessment that has been done. That's the first aspect of it. Once we get that, we will conclude. But also, we're waiting for the finality of the disciplinary processes, which are ongoing at the current moment. So once we have the outcome of that, we will do that for confirmation.
Okay, so the confirmation will be done by the department?
Yes.
Oh, okay, that's what
DDG Dion, I thought you'll speak about the work you are doing in promoting, improving transport operations. Or should I? Okay.
Thanks, Honourable Chair, and thanks, MEC and Acting Jody. On the issue of predetermined objectives, why did the committee? Why was the predetermined objectives not reported not being reliable and useful, or at least not being achieved appropriately? Even in terms of reporting, we acknowledge that due to the gaps in capacity within the branch, especially at an appropriate level, the position of the Chief Director Public Transport Services has been vacant over a long period of time, and the position of the Director Public Transport Operations has also been vacant, and in this regard, the Chief Director post has been filled, and we are in the process of filling the position of the Director Public Transport Operations. And in the main, this has contributed to us not fulfilling our responsibilities as was required. To be specific, some of the performance indicators relating to this body of work on public transport, those indicators were not smart. They were not aligned to the output. And what we did is that we then revised the specific indicators and to be aligned to the output. And we believe that moving forward into the next financial year, this problem will not recur. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Are there any follow-up questions? Let's get to Honourable Randall. Okay, before Honourable Randall, Honourable Chilwane.
Thanks, Chair. Mine is just around the under expenditure. I think that is, in my books, is worse than, I don't want to say spending wrongly or breaking the law, but an expenditure is quite serious. I think it's a real serious concern, and I know that the MEC did explain that we want to see a much more greater progress in the next financial year, and I really do hope that is true, because it goes against certain principles, especially for ourselves as public reps, who have mandates from wherever we come from to ensure that there's delivery of particular services, and once those services don't come, it becomes a big issue. beyond the legal implication, but you know, transport is very critical for our economy. MEC, you know, so I really do plead that you know, in the next financial year, you know, we'll be happy to hear that you've spent money properly as well, you know, within the correct ambit. Chair, it was just a comment.
Okay, no, it was just a comment. You see, I think even the comment is based on the fact that we're only left with 3 months to the end of the financial year. So, so that much. Okay, you'll respond to it if you want to after the next set of questions, but it was just a comment. You don't have to respond to it if you don't think it's necessary. Honourable Randall.
Yes, good afternoon, MEC Mamabolo and team. My questions, I'll start with your internal control deficiencies. If you could please provide us as a committee with details for senior management not to have adequately exercised oversight responsibility regarding the performance reporting and compliance with legislation. B, provide the committee with your details for senior management not to have ensured that action plans developed were adequately and timeously implemented. And C, please also provide us with details for management not having reviewed and monitored compliance with laws and regulations. Chair, then the next section is with regards to your investigations. I would want the department to provide us as a committee with details of and progress report on the status of all the investigations which the Auditor General found that they were at various stages of completion at the date of the auditor's report. And then the next question, please assist in progress in the implementation of House resolutions emanating from Scopa's oversight report on the report of the Auditor General for the financial year ending the 31st of March 2020. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Randall. MEC.
Thank you very much. Let me just say that let me start with the investigations. You'll see in the report we have provided a full list with status of each. There could be issues that maybe you're not satisfied with progress on a particular matter. I think we can get an indication on that, but the report is there. The second issue, Chair, that I want to speak to, it's I think the whole issue of risks relating to quality and integrity of our performance data and the controls in place as it relates to senior management, I thought I've dealt with that issue. Chair, in an organization, in my view, if you don't have senior management, senior leadership in place, that's going to have an impact. I can tell you that one of the issues that the AG raised with me and the audit committee was on the impact of lack of top management in the department. And that is why we worked so hard to make sure that we stabilize the top layer at least, so that they can do their jobs and functions going down to stabilize the whole department. And the fact that everybody sitting here with me, all the DDGs I knew, the HOD just left. He was appointed last year. He wasn't even in the department for too long as an HOD. So that should say, should clarify this matter, that I want to ask Scopa to give the department a chance to find its feet and to stabilize its operations and activities. The leaders are here. They need to be given a chance, and I'm quite sure that the integrity of our performance data will be sorted. So I thought I'd dealt with that point. And the issues of our financial performance, which was a comment, I'd just like to say that I think we have demonstrated that the issues that were severely impacting our financial performance outlook are being attended to, and I gave a very clear report on where we are. And we hope next time when we come, we will have better, credible reports. But Chair, I just want to say to the committee, we're not in denial that we have a difficulty. We are not denying that. We're not even trying to justify, defend ourselves. We lost an HOD. We just filled in top management this year. So I've been acting in some of their positions, and they're here now. I'm asking that let's give them a chance, give us a chance. Even if, Chair, we were to appear before this committee in the context of the current audit, when in case I'll be there, but if I were to come and appear, I would still say to you that look at our quarterly performance in the new year. So by the time you call us, if it will be during this time of the year, we will have 2 quarters. And for me, I want to say to you, Chair, it's going to be good to evaluate us on our performance from 1st of April 2022. That 3 months will be a best sign of whether we have improved or not. Even this year, by the way, we might have challenges. But next quarter, next year, the second quarters, by the time we're to meet you, we will have better performance. This is the commitment I'm making, that evaluate us on at least 2 quarters starting next year. The audit that the AG will produce this year. But I know that, I don't know if the AG is in the meeting, we've got 3 issues with the AG. One is stabilized top leadership. We have done that. The second one was advertise the bus subsidy. We have done that, or concluded. The third one was maintain the credibility of your financials. Well, I'm quite sure the new CFO will make sure that the standards does not drop. I hope the AG will not have another issue. But these were the 3 issues that I'm quite sure that will improve our audit outcomes. Thank you. I don't know if there's any matter you want to talk to. But I think we have dealt with the issue. Yeah.
A follow-up question? Yeah, just as a follow-up, ABC, just for you to clarify to me, earlier on you spoke about the organizational structure not being finalized, and that the office of the Premier is the one that is running with it. And then you say, if I heard you properly, the HOD was there for a short period and is now moved. I might have misunderstood you, but you'll correct me. Now, don't you think that there's a correlation? I mean, the fact that your organizational structure is not finalized, or is it at the top structure or below? Doesn't that have an impact? I'm trying to understand the fact that you say, give us a chance, it will be done, but there's a problem with the organizational structure. If you can just help me understand that, unless you are saying, no, there's no correlation. These are 2 separate things. We'll deal with this, and that there's no impact on the other one. Thank you, Missy.
But I'll try. The DDG responsible for that process is here. Our acting DDG for corporate service, as I said, the DDG corporate service is undergoing disciplinary process. Chair, we have filled in, we had initially filled in the HOD post, and the HOD is in Mpumalanga, is the DG there now. That will have an impact on the department, because we can't say having an HOD is the first level of stability. So and then we filled this position based on the current structure of 2012. We filled DDG posts. They are here. Roads, transport services, CFO, and of course we have the DDG acting in corporate services to bring in as a chief director as well. So they are brought in on the existing structure. So it means, except now for the post of the HOD, the DDGs, I can say to you, 90% stable. The position of the HOD has been advertised. We are interviewing next week Friday. We're interviewing for the post of the HOD on the existing structure. So, because we said, even when we tie up issues of the new structure, it's better to do so with the top stable. Now, with respect to the organizational structure, at least when it gets signed off by the minister, all what it will impact are lower level posts. But the good thing is, the leadership is there to drive that. Because if we had adopted the new structure, the Premier's office finalized complete, and there's no one at the top, that process will take another 3 years. The last point I want to say, which we have done very well, is we discussed with organized labor, with the unions, and said, we have an agreement that where the department is bleeding, we can fill in a post in the old structure without going to the new structure. So the current DDGs are able to fill the positions on depending approval by the MEC and agreement with the unions. That is another level of stability. So the organizational structure affects us, yes, but once it gets signed off, we are ready to drive it. So I don't know if that helps. In the old, we are stable, and that is a plus when we enter the new structure. But it's going to mainly affect lower. It affects mainly lower levels. So once it is signed, we will be able to fill in the post without having to bargain with the unions first. So I'm not sure if that helps, Chair, but I've tried.
No, it helps a lot, MEC. Thank you very much. Honourable Chilwane, this is the last set of questions we want to clarify on the side of the department before we move to Chief Lead.
Thanks, Chair. This pertains to the House. Yeah, this pertains to reported that it was expecting from the National Department of Transport. Therefore, the audit finding underspending of the vote as well, of the reviewing of the organizational structure by the 31st of July 2021 and every quarter continuing up until finalization thereof. Therefore, the department must provide an update on the feedback which it indicated that it was expecting from the Office of the Premier, and the audit finding was the reporting period. The department must submit its audit action plans indicating the following. Each area of finding by the Auditor General in the 2019-2020 financial year, planned by the department to address the area of finding, time frame and progress of implementation as at the 31st of March 2021. The department must thereafter submit quarterly progress on the implementation of the audit action plans for 2020-21 until the 30th of October 2021. Therefore, to the MEC, the department must provide the committee with details for the department delaying in apportioning funds to conduct ICT skills gap analysis and roll out ICT training program based on the needs and capabilities of ICT personnel.
If you look at those questions, MEC, first let me just, as Honourable Chilwane indicated, they relate to the House resolution the previous year, financial year, not the financial year under review. Because you had responded to some of them, but when you responded at the time, some of them are not adequate and all that. So it's clear now with your earlier responses that you've dealt with some of them, like the bus subsidy and all the other things. But there are a few of them which I think you can, I think there are two or so that are still, you still have to clarify, ICT and the others. So we are aware now that with your earlier explanation, you've already responded to some of them, but you can go ahead, MEC.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, and to Honourable Chilwane. The issue of audit skills in ICT, I just want to on the radar. And the concession there is that the DDGs here might have dealt with the matter, but I know that, and I spoke to the head of IT yesterday about the fact that I still need to look into this matter. So I'll agree that we keep it and we provide you with I'd like to come back on this ICT matter. That's the long and short of my reply. The others, Chair, I think we have dealt with them. And of course, maybe, I think that the issue of the national transport policy, we have dealt with that issue. It's on the subsidy. Maybe the second issue that we will agree, Chair, that it be kept alive is number D. Yeah, I think that one we can't close it. So those two, I'd like to submit that we keep them.
Yeah, no, MEC, I think that we need updates. That's exactly what we need. So if you say you agree that you keep them, can you get an update on how far you are on those? We get it in writing by Monday. On the two, the ICT and the other one that you are referring to.
We have a cabinet Lekgotla next week. Can I ask for, please, Chair, for 7 days, please? Given that next week, today it's a Friday, I don't want to do malicious compliance, Chair. I don't know if it will affect you, but I'm pleading for 7 days, if it don't be too long.
Okay. Just as you remember the context that Member Chilwane started with, and I emphasized it. These are House resolutions for 2019-2020. So it's something that you should have updated us then. And one of the things that the legislature wants us to do is that when we report, we must be able to say how far are we with the resolutions. But I think honourable members won't have a problem because you are making an appeal that you don't want to do malicious complaints. That's not what we want as well. So yes, we will agree to that. We'll see that we can give you the 7 days. But I just wanted to bring to your attention that it's something that you should have reported, updated us on a continuous basis. Now the 7 days is granted. It's fine next week Friday. Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other thing on roads and transport before you go to Chief Fleet honourable members that you want to ask? I'm looking at the platform here and in the house. Okay, nothing. So we move on to G Fleet. Thank you very much, HOD and MEC for your responses on those ones. We go to G Fleet. It's the same process. I'll ask Honourable Khanyile to be the first one to ask the question. Then after that, we will have questions from Honourable Badenhorst. But yeah, after you have responded to the questions here. Honourable Khanyile.
No, thank you very much. Again, there will be 2 questions. And the other one is on property, plant and equipment. Then from there I move to the motor vehicles. The first one, if you could really provide details for not having adequate system of internal controls to substantiate the work in progress. And then two, also to provide details for not performing an impairment assessment as required, as well as not having complete records which resulted in misstatements. So those are the two under the first question. The second one, under motor vehicle, if you could really provide details for not correctly classifying motor vehicles awaiting disposal in accordance with the requirements. And the other one, provide details of plans to minimize the occurrence of similar errors. I hope those are my questions, and thank you.
Okay, I think they all relate to GRAP 17. Maybe there was also a misunderstanding of a GRAP implementation of GRAP 17. Over to you, MEC.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair and Honourable Khanyile. I just want to say on G-Fleet, we have the CEO here, and we have appointed a new CFO. We have seconded from the department, but they will speak to the issues. All I want to say to you is that the poor performance of G-Fleet in the overall, which was a decline in its audit outcomes, has really been affected by lack of leadership there, particularly when the new CFO, the CFO was there, left the department. The issue that the audit committee raised with us about G-Fleet, which we have complied with, was to make sure that there's a CFO at G-Fleet. And we immediately appointed a CFO. Remember, G-Fleet is also dependent on the organizational structure to have a full-time position of CFO. So for me, that was the request that was made, and we've complied with that, because the rest of the issues have got much to do with the weaknesses in that environment. And Mr. Publan here will help us answer some of the issues. I'm quite sure that he will bring much more needed stability in managing the issues there and improving our audit outcomes. But I'm just saying from my level, that's what has been asked, and that's what has been done. But let me ask the CEO to deal with some of the issues that have been raised.
Thank you, MEC. Good afternoon. My name is Nokolo Maninjo. I'm the CEO for G-Fleet. Trying to...
You spoke so fast. I don't know if you're saying COO or CFO, but I said CO. I heard the CO, yes.
CEO, Chairperson.
CEO.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
The first question relates to the entity not having had adequate systems of internal controls to substantiate the work in progress. I think the MEC have briefly touched on the issue of the capacity within the entity, and in the previous financial year, we lost the CFO. He joined another government department, and that vacuum was not necessarily filled, and compounding that as well, we did not have the key funded posts within the finance directorate, the director of finance and the deputy director asset management were vacant. And those are the key reasons that some of the inherent control weaknesses were identified by the AG, because we did not have the warm bodies to do the actual work that was needed. And secondly, in terms of the interpretation of the GRAP issues, I think we had different interpretations of GRAP, and that is something that we're working on in the form of ensuring ensuring that all our staff within the finance unit are trained on the various disclosure issues emanating from GRAP, and not just finance. We also including SCM, and we're working closely with the Gauteng Provincial Treasury insofar as that. When it comes to the issue of the CFO chairperson, I think we've reported previously that because the structure is the 2012 structure, and at the time it did not provide for that particular post, and it has been and given the operations at hand and the new developments within the entity, we're now working with the Department of Roads and Transport as the mother body and the Office of the Premier to ensure that our structure is now aligned to the strategy, and will then provide for such urgent needed positions such as the CFO and other areas where we are not necessarily providing for those particular posts. So that's by and large the response to the first question in terms of why we did not have the adequate systems, which relates to the lack of capacity and also to the interpretation of GRAP and lack of the adequate skills within the entity. And the other issue that also affected us negatively was the fact that at the peak of the audit, when the AG was about to present their management report, we had critical staff within the finance unit that took ill due to COVID, and some of them were hospitalized, and we were then not necessarily able as an entity to respond timeously to some of the issues that were raised by the AG. And what we have done post the audit, chairperson, is to do those impairment assessments, and we have then submitted a letter to the Auditor General SA requesting them to do an early audit so that we can check whether what we have done is aligned to the various GRAP disclosure responsibilities that we have to comply to. The third question is around not correctly classifying motor vehicles awaiting disposal. I think there, chairperson, it goes back to the GRAP interpretation issues as well, because what we have been doing in the past, when vehicles are withdrawn by the entity, they then go to inventory until we decide whether the vehicle will be utilized again in another form or whether we're disposing. We have not necessarily been apparently interpreting it according to the new requirements of the GRAP 17, and hence the qualification from the AG side, and we have corrected that going forward, and we're also taking our officials through training, and also as we're trying to deal with the capacity issues in terms of filling the post, we're hoping that there will not be a repeat of the similar areas going forward. I think, Chairperson, I'll pause there at this point. Thank you, hoping to have responded to all the questions.
Any follow-up from members? Let me just get clarity. Where is the misunderstanding? I'm trying to follow what you're saying on GRAP. Is it internally within the entity, or it's from the interpretation of the entity and other institutions, maybe like the AG or the Treasury? So I just want to be clear, it's a misunderstanding between you and you. And then lastly, what is the plan to address that? What did you say we are trying to, what are you putting in place to try and address that?
Thank you, Chairperson. I think the issue of the interpretation is internally within the entity. What we had as an entity, we had old standard operating procedures which were not necessarily updated to talk to the GRAP requirements. And that's why we were found wanting, officials were implementing those old SOPs and not having gone through the GRAP requirements and interpreted it correctly. How we're dealing with that now and going forward is that we're reviewing the standard operating procedures as well as the policy of the entity. That process has commenced, and we're hoping that by the end of this academic year we would have finalized the review process of our asset management policies and the standard operating procedures supporting that. And also, Chairperson, we are taking our finance unit in its entirety through the training program so that they understand GRAP better, because that's what governs the disclosure processes financially for the entity. And that will also include the SEM side of the finance unit, so that we all aligned in when we have to disclose the various aspects pertaining to our performance financially and otherwise. Thank you.
Okay, it's interesting, CEO, that you refer to it as the end of the academic year. I think it has to do with educating people on GRAP. I know it was a slip of a tongue when they say end of the financial year. You want to make a follow-up, or just before the MEC respond? Okay, you want to make a follow-up. Let's hear the follow-up so that when it's possible you can respond to it as well.
Thanks, Chair. Just noting that some of us are not finance people, you know? So this language can be a bit confusing. You see, members are just quiet because you are speaking about numbers now.
They'll be surprised that you are talking for yourself. The other members are quiet because they understand.
Yeah. So I just wanted to get an understanding properly from this question. Obviously, this GRAP, you know, is there a possibility, you know, based on the findings, that assets could be lost, you know, from the, or yeah, assets could be lost. Now it's also disposal. If you are disposal, I mean, I'm sure you mean disposing some assets. You could, you know, allocate, you know, or apportion a certain funding towards those particular assets, which might be far less than the actual value of the assets. Is this what is there such an implication, you know, from this finding? You know, I think here I'm talking about accounting for dummies, you know, level, so that at least we understand, you know, the deeper, you know, implication of this. You know, what could happen? What is the scenario from this thing? What could happen? Can we come back after a few years, say, but this vehicle was worth 10,000, but you sold it for 200 rand because of GRAP and the misunderstanding from, you know, by the staff. And I do appreciate that staff has been trained. You know, one would have thought that once you get appointed in a position, you should know the work. You know, obviously reskilling is critical, but, you know, there's something else, Chair. You know. Yeah. Thanks.
Okay, over to MEC or CEO.
Can we just ask the CFO to just make a comment, and then
Thank you, MEC. Thank you, Chairperson and honourable members. My name is Pubalan Govender. I'm the seconded acting CFO at G-Fleet. I think maybe I'll just try to respond on a less financial, technical question. With this particular issue, it related to the buildings that are being renovated at G-Fleet. And in those buildings, these buildings were actually built many years ago, and some of them had to be rebuilt or renovated. Now, in that process of renovation, they had something called, because the costs are not yet finalized, so it's like when you're building a house, before you can call it your house, the house has to be complete, you have to have a completion certificate from the municipality, etc. So very similar to this setup. So that buildings had to be rehabilitated. Now, during that process, they had to remove the roofs because they needed to put new roof because the roof wasn't fitting in terms of the drainage of water, etc. Now, in doing so, the standards of GRAP require you to do something called an impairment assessment, which says that because you are removing items or replacing items of significant value or portions, you have to impair it. So you have to bring down the value and then increase that value with the new cost. So that element was not done by the entity because they were that part was missed in terms of the standard operating procedures. It is provided for in GRAP that you need to do it, but due to the standard operating procedures being outdated, it was not done. So when the auditors came in, they noticed these significant adjustments being made to the buildings. And they asked management as to say, but why did you not impair the building? Now, impairment is also something which is of a technical nature because you need engineers, you need, because you're removing items which is related to not your normal core business. And that was the significant challenge that they faced. Fortunately, we were able to finalize that matter quite quickly after the audit with the assistance of the DID officials that were able to do that assessment and tell us whether the building was impaired. Now, just to respond on the vehicle side, on the motor vehicle side, the standards of GRAP basically talks to the fact that you need to recognize your inventory at net realizable value. So basically it's similar to when you have your own vehicle and you need to insure it, you need to bring it either to book value or replacement value. So that assessment was done. However, the standard operating procedures again was a bit of a challenge because they did not move it until they wanted HOD's approval. But HOD's approval was merely requesting to dispose of the asset. So there would not be a challenge in relation to whether G-Fleet would have disposed of it at the wrong value. The value was based on market value at that time, based on an assessment that was done together with the dealerships, etc., to determine what is the book value of that vehicle. So there wouldn't be an instance in that case. But overall, Chairperson, just as a general comment, I think as the CEO has mentioned, the challenges around having that technical support did provide this challenge in relation to addressing the findings. But what we can assure the committee is that we're already busy with that SOPs. In terms of our audit improvement plan, which we've also submitted to the committee, we've committed by the end of this calendar year that the standard operating procedures for assets has already been adjusted. I can personally confirm that because I'm doing it myself in reviewing it to finality. And we also then doing the training and development of staff to empower them in terms of understanding the standards of GRAP as well as how to apply it. And then we're providing them with the leadership and support. But we also, because of the capacity challenges, trying to reshuffle staff around just to also empower and to create more where people have not been working adequately or effectively. We're trying to realign as well so that we can create, we're not just addressing the symptom of what has happened, but focusing to the root cause so that it creates a sustained internal control environment going forward. So even if we're not there, it will continue in our absence as well. Thank you, Chairperson.
Chair, I just want to make this broad comment. When I look at the issues that have been raised and the issues that will be raised and without preempting. But so essentially there are two problems here. One, I've spoken to it, that the matters that lowered the performance on overall audit outcomes, how we dealt with them in terms of capacity. And I'm happy that the CFO is assuring the committee and is really taking responsibility to say they've submitted a plan, and that plan will be met or complied with. So that's a very powerful statement coming from our side. The second part is that G-Fleet, as you know, is run as it's run as a branch in the department. It's not an entity in the true sense of PFMA. It's like a directorate. All its services and everything depends on the department. We have met with the CEO and have agreed that we must elevate G-Fleet to a proper level in terms of the Companies Act and PFMA. And we have started with that process. Until we resolve those issues and this become a proper entity, we're going to continue to have a number of leadership and management problems. So, including its structure, depend on that. So we have started a process to bring it to a better level so that the rest of the issues can be resolved. But I just wanted to bring to your attention that, and that's why I asked the CFO to speak, it was to say that we think there will be an improvement in terms of the plan that has been put in place. And that's what is essentially in your questions. Otherwise, we're going to revolve around the same issue of leadership capacity and all that. So thanks, Chair.
Yeah, I think what the MEC was basically saying is that Honourable Badenhorst and Honourable Chilwane, you can ask your question. There's only one answer. Issues of capacity, which they are addressing. And so basically all our questions were based on that. So he was trying to explain that you can ask those questions, but you'll get a similar answer. And I think some of the things have already been, the information was provided for. It was not clear because it sounded like there's a problem. But the MC says, no, this is the main problem. And if we understand that main problem, it means it clarifies all other things that were not clear. But I'm not sure even honour members on the line, with the questions that we're supposed to ask, the summary by the MEC, doesn't it cover all the questions that you wanted to ask? I think it does, but I might have missed it. So if there are any other questions you want to ask for clarity, let's do so. Otherwise, I think the MEC has just covered everything. I'm looking at the hands on the platform here and in the house. Okay. It looks like we all agree with my summary and my observation. So MEC, the Honourable Randall.
Thank you, Chairperson. Maybe just
okay,
to zoom in on
the prom again with sound.
Yes?
Let's hear. Go ahead. Go ahead again.
Thank you. Can you hear me, Chair?
Yeah, there's a problem with the sound here. Okay, let's do this. I'll ask everybody who's there to be completely silent, and I think we can hear you. Just go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Can you hear now? I'm speaking a little bit louder now.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, just wanted to zoom in on the wasteful, irregular expenditure for this entity, whether other members are satisfied that the summary has also covered those, and what's the action plans in terms of going forward to eradicate this, and where is consequence management, where does it fit in?
Okay. So the question is about when it comes to regular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, the question of consequence management, capacity to deal with that, implement that, and deal with all these issues that have to do with irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. I hope I've got the summary of what you're saying, Member Randall. It is more about consequence management.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. MEC?
Can I ask the CEO of the Chief Executive Officer to speak, and then I'll make
It would seem like the mic there is not on. Okay, go ahead.
The process for condonation of the irregular expenditure, Chairperson, is guided by the Treasury prescripts, and the entity has applied for to the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for condoning the closing balance as at end of March 2021, and we're waiting for their response in terms of that. But before they condone, there is a process that they follow in terms, which is followed through the department, where we have to investigate all the transactions pertaining to the irregular expenditure that was incurred by the entity. And based on the findings, then we would present our case to Treasury, and then they will then make the determination in terms of whether they're condoning or not. Where from the investigation report, the report would then indicate that someone has to be disciplined because the person has not performed his or her duties, then that will then be done according to the outcome of the investigation report. So where we are at this point in time, we're still at the process where GPT is applying their mind for the request that we have submitted for the closing balance as at end of March 2021. Thank you, Chair.
Can I just make a follow-up, Chair? I think we must provide you with a tangible, concrete, more concrete report on consequence management. And like we did with the department, I think we need a table of what the AG said, or steps we need to take, where we are with that. And I think that should come in the 7 days that we have asked on the other item. They should come together. I don't think we're dealing with that matter properly. I'm asking for a chance to deal with the matter properly and submit.
Yeah, thank you. The MEC, if I remember well, you were also born in March. No? Yes. Yes. Yeah, no, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. You and I think alike, because you really answered the question we were about to ask. So you are already in my mind. We are all Pisces, I know. Yeah, sure, yes. No, the issue is exactly, that was going to be our last comment, that we would like to, because our concern is that it's both for GFleet and for the department. The intention is that you must move towards clean audit. So first we needed to ask you that if you could be able to provide it with what you call audit action plans, so that we can work with you. Our understanding is that the implementation of those, the responsibility of the officials was sitting next to you. But we as the committee working with you must assist you to ensure that they do their work. So if you could be able to provide us with audit action plan, but also remember, audit action plan is about what the AG has found. But you also want a vision. What are the key things that you think you want to deal with, so that you can move the department from unqualified with findings to a clean audit? So if you can all reflect on that together. So yes, the audit action plan within 7 days, like you've said, we'll appreciate it, and then we can engage and see how we can assist in that regard. Okay, before you respond, Honourable Kekana, there's a mic there, please.
Yeah, just in conclusion, Chair, maybe noting what the MEC has shared with us and our observation on the number of senior officials who leaves the department. Maybe we could ask the MEC give us a sense as to why is there such a high turnover of staff in the Department of Transport? Have they done a reflection or an analysis? I know it's a high-powered environment. Is this to do with low staff morale, or what actually is the problem in the department in terms of the high staff turnover that you are experiencing? Thank you.
And when you finish responding to this, MEC, you can make your closing remarks if you've got any, because that will be the... Oh, wait, there's another comment, Honourable Khanyile.
Yeah, just to check from G-Fleet, because I was looking at a number of requests for condonation from Treasury, and then with specific reference to this, that has been returned. I'm not sure the 7 days will really apply, because from Treasury it has been returned because of insufficient documents that they're supposed really to get. I just take it already they have the information. So I'm just trying to assist, because the 7 days, if they're still going to return to Treasury, obviously they won't really respond adequately on that one. Maybe that's the clarity that I want to sort. Maybe they've got different information. Thanks.
Okay. I think I'll have to now change my approach and say, MEC, if you think you want to give to one of the officials to assist you in responding, it's fine. Or if you want to respond, it's fine. But at the end, just do your closing remarks, because I think those are the last set of questions I want to ask. If you have anything you want to say as a closing remark.
No, I think on the question by Honourable Khanyile, I want to ask the... Okay, CFO.
Thank you, MEC and Chairperson. Excuse me. I think we will do a follow-up with Treasury on the matter. As far as we know, we've submitted all the information. I did have a conversation with them last week as well. It is high on our priority list. I think the challenge that we do have is that a lot of this irregular actually emanates from, I think the earliest date is 2010, 2011, which documentation is not readily available because those officials are no longer with the department as well. So it's that phase that we are challenged with, but we've provided whatever we have at our disposal. And they did confirm that they were going to give us a status report based on what the committee would look at and see whether it was adequate at that point. But certainly it is something that we will follow up and address with them. Thank you, Chairperson.
Chair, the first point I just want to clarify is there are two issues in the department that I'm aware of. One is that we are taking action against misconduct. And I remember saying to the AG that, you know, we are expected to take action. We take action, suspend people, remove them. Then the department suffers, then the AG come and say, but you're not performing. And then some people say to me, yeah, you see the rate at which you take action against officials, you're collapsing the department. So I was saying to the AG, so what should we do exactly? Because if we take action against people, it has an impact on the organization. If we don't, you have issues with us. And then the other issue, so the issue of high turnover and stuff, I'm not sure of the numbers myself, but I'm not sure if that is the trend. But what I know is most of the people have had to go through, I mean, if you look at just the list, and this is at a very senior level. But I've not heard of people leaving the department on their own, unless they're affected by some issue. Maybe the departure of the HOD might have also meant that, I don't know. Because some other people read it as, MEC is their problem. How can you appoint an HOD who doesn't spend even 2 years? 1 year, 6 months. And then is there a problem? And I say, no, if people have been given better positions somewhere to be a DG of a province. So maybe those combined create that, but we are attracting new people as well. And high caliber top managers. So I would say let's leave that. But also the fact that the structure has not been finalized means people can't see what is this called, career pathing for themselves. Because if we feel imposed on a beat by beat, people can't see what is my future in this, what's next, which posts are there, how am I going to grow in the department. So the issue of organizational structure impact opportunities for upward mobility, for growth, and therefore it will impact morale in the department. So I'm not denying that there's a problem of low morale, but the source there, knowing knowing people it can come from, are the prospects for me. So that's why the issue of the structure is going to be very much important to create a sense of excitement and vibe that people, And also with us, we must, whilst advertising post, we must also, we have appointed, and it was not anything, but our officials have done very well. The chief directors we have appointed, almost all of them are people that were in the department. So I'm just saying that's also another important issue. The last point, Chair, is on the question you raised as your last issue. There are 5 issues that I want to list. The first one is field top layer management. Both the AG and the audit committee have raised this issue, and I've said next time you come, we will have finalized this issue. Next week we will have appointed a DG. By next week, Friday, the panel will say X is, and the premier will have to. So in that way, we won't have a vacant post at the top. Number 2 is finalize the organizational structure. I said to you, the report I got from the DDGs here was that by the end of the year. And I even said to him as an incentive, I'm willing to get him a hard-body chicken to say, if this structure can be finalized this year, really, at my own cost, that's how serious the organizational structure issue is. Number 2. Number 3 is finalize the bus subsidy tender. It's advertised. Number 4, sustain credible financials. That is a matter that I'm quite sure we'll be able to deal with. The last one is make government G-Fleet a proper entity. Either you make it a public entity with legislation like GMA, the Gauteng Transport Authority, or you make it a government component. But G-Fleet can't be as it is. So those are my 5 points on which I would like us, when we meet next time, to look at these 5 points. Because, and I hope the AG will also, and the audit committee, this is what they said. So I also hope that they will, this is sort of a clean audit pact we have with the AG, and I hope they will stick to this, and I hope won't lower financial standards. And again, the issue of management of our ICT, it's a gray area. So, Chair, if we can solve these ones, I'm quite sure that we will get someone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MEC. So you are double MEC for today, Roads and Transport, G-Fleet. So, but thank you very much for ably representing the two and helping the committee to understand some of the issues. Thank you to the HOD and the team, and to the CFO and the team, CEO sorry, and the team. Thank you very much. We like to take a 5 minutes break so that you can prepare for the next presentation. Thank you very much. We are adjourning for 5 minutes. Yes, yes, definitely, I agree. There are others here who are quiet. So yeah.
There is an institution that is as old as our nation's fledgling democracy. An arm of the state that is provided for in the constitution of this great nation. The Gauteng Provincial Legislature. It is a remarkable body of governance that seeks to bring the voice of the 13 million people of Gauteng to the democratically elected government in Gauteng. It is no simple task, yet it is one that the Gauteng Provincial Legislature has done for the past 20 years and will continue to do so into the far future. This, then, is the story of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, and it is a story that will affect both me and you. Gauteng Legislature. Your view, our vision.
We are an activist legislature. What it means is we must ensure that we strengthen all the work that we do to ensure that the citizens have access, but they're able to interact. But if they want to raise issues, they're able to do that. But on the other hand, we need to build that capacity within ourselves to ensure that we're able to respond effectively to the issues that are being raised by the people. Because remember, we are the voice of the voiceless. So we need to be playing that role very, very effectively.
The legislature's mandate is to represent the public, so that the issues that affect the public on service delivery, with education, health, the roads, environment, anything else that you and I want to enjoy as a public good. The legislature is there to represent you.
Prior to 1994, there was no government. Government belonged to a certain group of people. But even that certain group of people, they were scared of actually raising voices. But remember, even during that time, we didn't have 9 provinces, we had only 4 provinces. And the way they were structured, they were only servicing a particular grouping of people.
We were a country where, as an official policy, were to be divided, not only in terms of race, but also along ethnic lines. I grew up in a place called Soweto. While Soweto is one big mega township, but if you are Sotho speaking, you live in a particular section, Xhosa, Zulu, etc.
South Africa's historical past was undemocratic. Public opinion, social participation, socio-political freedom and representation was stripped from the majority of South Africans. This repressive system would exist until 1994, when a democracy was born and restored to the nation. But undoing centuries of hatred and distrust is not easy. Under the new government, South Africa was demarcated into 9 provinces. The Pretoria Witwatersrand Vereeniging province would later, after much public engagement, be renamed to Gauteng.
If you recall, at the time, there was no capital either of the Gauteng province. So one of the first things we had to do, we put out a public hearings to really look at where the capital of Gauteng should be, to involve people in the processes, and eventually decided that the capital of Gauteng should be Johannesburg. And after that, we then were able to locate where the legislature was going to be.
We started in Nasrec at the Bull Ring because that was the only place that had the capacity to cater for a legislature.
The members of the committee recognize the honor bestowed upon them.
It was a whole big hall with a desk everywhere. You'd shout and, to the colleague at the other end, asking for this and that and so forth, in such a way that when we came here and had to be in our individual offices, it became lonely. We missed that shouting, we missed that family type of the unity that we had in Nasrec.
The challenge was, imagine that you are in a place where it's a multi-party democracy. We're coming with different views and different approaches to things, and yet we have negotiated a settlement in South Africa to build a democracy. And therefore it meant we had to be tolerant of each other. Because here you are, you're an ANC member, you've been fighting in the struggle, And suddenly now you are confronted with the very same people that had been throwing you in jail, that had been chasing you in the streets, that had been shooting you. Now you have to sit around here in this very legislature and begin to understand their role too.
I know it's easy to refer to us, to some of us, as former terrorists, Magu bar bombers, former apartheid fascists. I would like to appeal, please try to do away with the adjectives. No Magu bar bomber here. We have parliamentarians, members of the provincial legislature.
So there was a lot of mistrust and a lot of some tensions amongst ourselves, amongst the different parties. So it was a really funny situation initially when we started. But as time went on, things were normalized and so on, saying that, okay, we may differ in ideology and so on, but ultimately we have a same responsibility to ensure that this government in Gauteng works for our people.
What I remember about that period was it was exciting because although there were great differences between us, you had the sense you were actually building something new, you know. This was really going to change South Africa.
Again. Thank you very much. Let's start where we always start. We want to request MEC and the team that we keep our masks on all the time. Only when you are given an opportunity to speak, you may remove your mask so that you can be able to be audible. The problem is with our systems. Thank you very much. Let me welcome you, MEC. This is one MEC that I've always practiced how to pronounce her surname, and I think I got it right. And if I didn't get it right today, then I must be punished. Welcome, MEC Mosopia. Thank you very much for honoring our appointment. We'd like also to thank you that you were able to respond to our questions. But obviously, remember what said in our letter that if there are things that we want to deal with, we can always call you. The number of the questions you responded to adequately. It's just that there are certain things that arose after that which we thought are important to engage you on. So we will be engaging you on those things. We don't think that you're going to take very long because it's not a lot of matters like we did with the other departments. That's the reason we wanted to have you last. Because also it's on a Friday, so yeah, we're having that in mind. So, MEC, what we want you to do is that we are not going to introduce the people you are with. They'll introduce themselves as and when they speak. So it would mean anyone who's not going to speak in this meeting, we won't know who they are or they were. So that's the issue. Let's start. So we'll ask the questions and then we'll respond to them. And then when we're done with the whole process, I'll allow you a chance to say whatever you want to say, any comments you want to make. That is at the end when we finish. Let me hand over to Honourable Badenost to ask a question.
Good afternoon, everybody. Am I audible? Yeah. My first question is, through you, Chair, to the Honourable MEC, can the department explain in detail the underspending of the budget with an amount of 438,286,000 rand? How is it possible? That's question 2. How is it possible to give the officials of the department an increase in salaries if they did not perform up to standard? Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, that's the first set of questions. Over to you, MEC. As we said, you can delegate if you think that there's somebody else must respond. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Honourable Barinos, for the questions. Chair, I would like, if you allow, for us to respond to the technical questions, and then I'll make my remarks at the end, as you have suggested in your opening. So I'll then ask the HOD to explain, to respond to questions, or delegate where further detail is needed technically. HOD?
Good afternoon. The question with regard to...
First, HOD, my name is?
Oh, sorry. My name is Tembeni Mshongo. With regard to the question on underspending, I would request our CFO to respond to that because it says in details, and then I will respond to the subsequent question.
Thank you very much, HOD. Good afternoon, honourable members. My name is Johan Strauss, CFO for the Department of Social Development. I think just, and I'm going to be guided with regards to the written response that we have also provided, just adding then additional information with regards to breaking it down. I think the key aspects in which we underspent funds was mainly with regards to the filling of vacant posts. During the last financial year, I think with the challenges around COVID, it had quite a significant impact with regards to how quickly we were able to fill the posts within the department. We had to re-look how one does interviews and the processes around that. So there was quite a bit of posts that was not filled. In essence, a total amount of 93 million that related to of this 430 million was related to compensation of employees, of staff members. Since then, we've put a detailed plan in place with regards to how we're going to be filling these vacancies. We've also, as part of the written submission that we have provided to the committee, we've provided a detailed breakdown of the various posts as well that's been affected and how we are driving in filling those vacancies during the current financial year. I think if we look subsequently in the new financial year, we've been able to make quite a bit of a dent in that. And I think as we look at our expenditure as it stands currently, we're well on track to not be sitting in a similar situation than we were in the previous financial year. I think then the other key aspect was with regards to dignity packs. And I think the members would recall this is also a long-standing issue with regards to the dignity packs. We were able in the previous financial year, quite late in the financial year, through a deviation.
So can I just ask you, you know, the use of language is sometimes important. Let me just explain. If I were to say current financial year, I would assume it's 2021, 2022.
Yes.
If I say previous financial year, I want to be clear, you are referring to the year under review, which is the audit year, the 2021, 2020-21. Okay, I wanted to be clear.
So previous financial year, I'm referring to what is under review for the committee.
Sure.
And then current, I would be speaking where we are currently as in November of our current financial year. With regards to the dignity packs, we were able to, through some deviation processes, we were able to then appoint service providers. It was very late in the financial year, so it also didn't have the full impact. So some of that we carried through into the current financial year. And we also currently, in the current financial year, busy with the process of finalizing the new tender. There has been delivery and spending, but there's still a little bit of a challenge with underspending happening in the current financial year. But I think the difference, what we've done this year compared to the previous financial year, is to then say, earlier enough in the financial year, we're saying there's a potential of underspending. What are we going to do with these funds? And looking at a process of reprioritizing it into other key pressure areas, where I think in the previous financial year, that process started a little bit late, and one couldn't get all of those money reprioritized into key areas within the department. So for this current, I know I'm going between current and previous, but I think it's also important to reflect on what we are doing to rectify the situation and ensuring that it's not a persistent, and that we're not here next year for the same reasons. The next part was as well with regards to the school uniform project. Both the dignity packs and the school uniform, the combined budget with regards to those two projects is about 340 million. So they are the main contributors with regards to the under expenditure that we did experience after 420. So I think it's important that one puts that into context. The department still functioned, and we delivered on a whole range of all of our other services, where these two areas, because of the size of the budget, our inability to fully spend on that had a significant then impact on what the level of under expenditure is. So same for school uniforms. We managed to get a deviation with regards to appointing the cooperatives very late in the financial year. I think what further delayed some of the processes is once we got the approval, there was lockdown, so the cooperatives couldn't go out to the schools to take the measurements, because it's not just a standard uniform that you make. You must take measurements of the children. So it was also dependent on the openness of schools, and then as well the rotation. And I think that, I mean, at some stages there's still rotation happening in schools. So you would go one day, the measuring took a little bit longer, because you won't find all of the children there, and one day you have to then stagger your approach to that. So that delayed a little bit on that process. But we've this year, the cooperatives is manufacturing the school uniforms has been delivered, and we've seen quite an improvement in that regard. We also had several engagements with our provincial treasury, as well with regards to ensuring that we have a more sustainable, that we don't just rely on deviations the whole time. So we are busy in the process of establishing a panel approach, where we would compile a panel of service providers to then render the service for us going forward. With regards to there was also then food parcels for ART clinics. That the tender was awarded at the end of the financial year, so that budget wasn't spent in full. But the tender is in place, and it's a 3-year tender that we've put in place. So that is also something that won't be reoccurring going forward. And then for our normal food parcels, the services were rendered. The invoices from the suppliers came in very late in the financial year, so we didn't pay them at the end. So they, in essence, it was accruals that was carried over. And for these funds as well, we did request rollovers that was then allocated by Treasury again. So it might have been an underspend that we had to return, but the funds were then reallocated because we had firm commitments at the end of the financial year. I think the same with the training of child and youth care workers. It was also awarded quite late, so the performance happened, but the flow of the money linked to the performance wasn't necessarily at the same timing, and occurred subsequent to year end. And then I think the other key thing was under the non-profit institutions. A big contributing aspect of that is we received 77 million with regards to presidential employment stimulus package, which also came, I think that allocation was in essence December or so that we received, and we were not able to, based on the processes that we needed to follow on verifications, we were not able to spend that funds. I think the information only flowed from national in the month of March, and we still needed to ensure that there's sufficient verification of this at a provincial level before we paid. And in essence, that 77 million was not spent. We did request then for a rollover of those funds that was granted, and we are currently implementing and paying on the ECD stimulus. So that 77 combined with the two big budgets on school uniform and dignity packs is in essence the two main drivers. Across for the rest of the expenditure in the department, I think we were able to spend that money that was allocated for the various functions. We also made sure that we reprioritize in addressing the issues around COVID. We also took quite a bit of money to ensure that we address the aspects of food security, which was a key challenge during the lockdown periods, to ensure where people suffered from job losses and just the economic situation at that point in time, that we were able to assist with additional food parcels. Chair, maybe let me pause there. I think I've outlined the key contributing factors on buildings and things as well. Because of the build environment, people couldn't necessarily be on site as they were due to all of the lockdown restrictions. So that also had an impact in the delay of projects, which then also led to underspending. But again, as we are currently in this financial year, we are well on track. Our figures is we're sitting pretty much on par, even if maybe 1% above where we should be at for this point of the year in addressing and ensuring that the full budget is spent for the current financial year. Thank you very much, Chair. Sorry, let me see.
I like that. So your jacket is one of your sanitizers.
Chair, once again, I indicated that I would respond to the next question, which is asking the department how can we give an increment to staff with this poor performance. I want to highlight that the overall performance of the department indeed was low, and coupled with the under expenditure, it's not something that we are proud of. However, I want to put into perspective that the increment is part of the improvement of conditions of service for staff. What I would think would not augur well, it's perhaps giving incentive bonus, especially for areas where we did not do well. What I know for a fact is that for certain levels of management within the department, they usually link our performance assessment to the number of indicators that we would have achieved as a department, and then also look at the Auditor General's outcomes. So that is, rest assured, the assessment tool already disqualifies you for getting any incentive at certain levels of management. Thank you.
Let me hear from members if there's any follow-up question before we move to another question. Honourable Paternoster.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I came into the legislature in 2019, and ever since 2019, is there always an underspending? I've been deployed to social development, and ever since there's an underspending in the department. Each and every year, there's an amount of 400 plus million that's been underspent. But now, up till today, it's now 438 million. And the thing is this, Chair, this thing of the school uniforms is coming from that time that I came into the legislature. And you know what, before COVID, these people could not even spend this money properly. The money went back to Treasury time and again. Now each and every year there's an amount of 400 plus million that goes back to Treasury. And there's always been excuses, plus excuses, plus excuses. And I mean, Chair, there's people that's that are hungry outside. There's people there's children that doesn't have school uniforms, even when it was COVID, and COVID is still there. And this is a problem that we're going to sit with for the next years to come. But the thing is, these people are making excuses of COVID, and the money's not been spent properly. But it goes back every time, and there's rollovers, and there's, I mean, Chair, if people cannot perform, why do we still keep such people in the department if they don't perform well? Huh? If they don't do their work properly, or if they can't do their work, why are they being kept in the department? Thank you, Chair.
Maybe let's ask it as a question rather than make a statement. I think you are concerned that even in the previous year, there was an underspending of about 400 million. Maybe we should ask the question. I know we've asked the question as the committee got the response then because it was an issue. Maybe MEC or ECFO or HOD, you can just remind the committee what were the problems the last time, so that you ask it as a question before you make conclusions. I'm talking now the 2019-2020 financial year. Before that, there's a question by Member Randall. Member Randall?
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. I just want also
we still have the same problem again.
Okay.
Okay, let me do this, because it looks like we still have the same problem. Just hold on, Member Randall.
Okay, I will.
Yeah. Okay, I was trying to connect you from here. Oh, is it right then? Member Randall?
Thank you, Chairperson. Can I continue?
Can't hear you. They are trying to fix it.
Thank you.
Okay, Member Randall, let's do this. I will give you a chance to respond. They're trying to fix something here in the venue. Let's ask the MEC to respond, but I know that it's related to what we're saying. That's why you're raising your hand now, because we're still waiting for them to assist with your audio. Let's let them respond, and if we are still not satisfied, I'll allow you to ask the question again. I hope by that time the audio would have been resolved.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
No, thank you, Chair. I think for our response, what we'll do, the CFO spoke to the year under review. So we'll take it back 2 financial years. Yeah, so that then all the members get a clear picture of why we are where we are.
Thank you, MEC. Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I think in essence, the crux of the process remains the same for the previous 2 years as well. And I think it goes back to when the classification circular was introduced and we had to change our process of how we're rendering these services. I think it was quite a bit of a challenge with regards to moving it from funding through the NPOs into now having to take it into an open tender process, which comes with a lot of additional challenges and timeframes that is bound to that. So the previous year as well, 1920, that we're referring to, as I've outlined, those budgets are quite significant budgets on the 2 items of dignity packs and school uniforms. And I think it's not like it's the we've moved.
Their problem because
making use of Circular 21 in 2019. And the story of Circular 21 was like used last year. It's a myth because this thing has been there for a very long time. And if people don't meet the standards, they must just say so. They must not come and make excuses about Circular 21. Thank you.
Okay. That's why it's important that we use the same phrases, particularly talk to the years. You know, there's something called financial year and a year. So if you say this year, it's 1st of January up to the 31st of December 2021. If you say this financial year is the 1st of April this year until the 31st of March next year, which we can also refer to as current year. If you say the previous financial year, could be the year that started in 2020 and ended in 2021. So the last and the last financial year, so maybe that's something that you'll be able to also clarify in your response. So there are two areas that Honourable Kekana is referring to. There's a comment also made by Honourable Badenost. Over to you. Please be patient with us. This is an issue that really causes a lot of problems, even in the public domain. So we must be able to be patient with what you can deal with it properly. And I think we're also providing your platform, MEC, to ensure that even those who are on our social media platform listening, they can also be able to understand the details of this matter. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. You know, I was whispering to the CFO that let's be fair to Honourable Badenhorst and speak to dates in accuracy. So we will start with, we are speaking to this financial year, like you were saying, 2018 to 2019, 2019 to 2021. In that sense, I think then we will give a clear indication of when the classification circular came into effect and when the department started implementing what is a solution to what the classification affects the dates as well. But before I hand over to them, Chair, I just want to perhaps share with the meeting the fact that, if you recall, before I became MEC to this department, I was chairperson. I was in the same position that Honourable Kekana is in. And that is the first thing that I was confronted with. And fortunately, she was a member of that committee as well. That's the first thing that we were confronted with. And if you recall, through you, Chair, Honourable Kekana, that was the question that we asked the department. We actually ended the meeting and asked for Treasury to come to us as a subcommittee to explain to us what this Circular 21 was. And that's when it was a very long meeting. They explained to us, but our understanding when we were done was that at that time, this department is faced with an uphill problem, because Treasury themselves struggled. It took them more than an hour and a half to explain to us what it meant. So, well, it's going to get complicated a little bit going forward, but let's talk to the current issues.
Thank you very much, MEC. I think just going specifically back to dates, the classification circular that the firm issue of that was in May 2018. So that then we were already we started our year based on the planning, so you had to 3 months into the process, in essence, stop everything that you have done and try and conceptualize what is the impact, what does it mean. And I think during that time it was to and fro engagements with the Auditor General with regards to what's the impact on the financial statements, reclassification of certain amounts so that we could avoid as well potential qualifications of our financial statements. So I think that took up the better part of our year before we could start working on practical solutions. If we then move into the next financial year from there, which is the 1920 financial year, during that year on dignity packs, we received our first deviation, so we were able to deliver. We also issued, on the school uniform, we issued a tender. However, subsequent to the tender being issued from a national treasury, then they advised that there's an issue with the application of the subcontracting within our tender process, so we had to cancel that tender so that we didn't incur and run with irregular tender at the end of the day, which would further have just pushed the irregular expenditure. And then during the last financial year, the 2021 financial year, we then again had a deviation that was approved for school uniform because of the failure of the tender and as well for the dignity packs. So we've been continuously working with regards to finding short-term solutions and ensuring that there's service delivery, but obviously not to the scale and at the level that we have been rendering and delivering before. Then obviously 21-22 is where we are in the current financial year, and I think just to as well with the engagements with Treasury, we were in this week we had two sessions with them with regards to finaling the finer details within the panel. What type of rules are we building in? What type of approach are we taking on that? We are anticipating that based on our timelines that we have set, and I think as well based on the plans that the provincial executive has also requested, we're looking at the award hopefully of that in January. So there should still be advertisement going out before the end of this calendar year, so that this is something that is awarded in this financial year still, but ensuring that we kick off and start the next financial year on something that is running, so that it's not something that we just perpetuate, and that we create some stability going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair and Honourable members. Chair, with regard to...
My name
Oh,
is...
sorry, my apologies.
I know you, but they don't know you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Onkemetsi Kabasia. I'm the DDG responsible for Social Welfare Services, Community Development, Regions and Institutions. With regard to migration of early childhood development, Chair, the process is moving very well. We are ready as a Department of Social Development to hand over the ECD function to Department of Education effective from the 1st of April 2022. We have got a steering committee that sits every Monday. That includes us, Department of Education, Office of the Premier and Treasury, where we process all the requirements, legal and otherwise, that we need to fulfill in order to have a smooth transition. So the budget or the funds will follow the function. So we are transferring every budget that was linked to ECD, including COE, infrastructure, as well as service-related budgets conditional grant and so forth. So it will not necessarily, the movement will have an impact in terms of the size of our budget, but it will not necessarily have an impact in a sense that the budget is actually following the function. And we are not anticipating any challenges in as far as this mandate is concerned. And we have also been consulting with all relevant stakeholders, including the ECD sector itself, to ensure that we're taking into consideration all their concerns in finalizing the transfer. Thank you, Chair.
I think we are done. MEC, I'm not sure if you've got anything else you want to say as your last word, because I think we're done.
No, thanks. You know, Chair, maybe I should start with thanking the team for being frank in their responses to the questions that the honourable members asked, and thank the honourable members for the questions that you put forward to us. We as a department have been, you know, working on the questions that you have asked us, not prompted necessarily by the questions that were brought forward by the members only, but also because we had identified the problems within the department. The first thing that we had agreed upon as a team was that we were going to make sure that we spend and we don't return any money to Treasury unnecessarily. That's why CFO, partly in his response, spoke to the fact that most of the money is going to be brought back into the department. It is not lost to us. So that's what you said. No? I'm not misquoting you, and I can attest to that because it's part of the discussions that we had. So we have a commitment to our mandate as the department. We have a commitment to addressing all of the problems that we are faced with. Where we would have a challenge is where the dependencies are very deep, and that brings me to the question or the comment by Honourable Kekana, the journey that we had with Treasury. They helped us. We couldn't find each other in some instances, but we stood our ground and we explained to them the reasons why we were taking the trajectory that we were taking. Ultimately, we found each other. And that's why we are going the panel route. Some of the members would remember that, you know, in some of the meetings that we had with them, the meeting of the, that's chaired by Honourable Kekan, we had such discussions. So our intention is in no way to be, we find no pleasure rather in seeing money returned to Treasury. And we made a decision that we, all of us committed to, that will find solutions to that. Where we can't do anything because the law says things must happen the other way, there will be delays. So we don't want to create an impression that next year we'll be sitting here and there would be zero money that we're discussing in the same fashion that we're discussing. That wouldn't be honest. Because as you know, the space that we operate in is highly regulated. And we must make sure that we respect those laws, we respect those policies, we respect those systems. And I think that should be sufficient, Chair, in giving a response to yourselves. And thank you for appreciating the fact that we did all we could as a team to respond to your questions. My last comment is that the developmental agenda remains our indicator. Thanks.
Thank you very much, MEC. And I must again say that thank you for your in fact, most of the responses we received from you on our preliminary questions were adequately responded. It's just that there were a few things, like I said to you. So thank you very much for honoring this period to come and have a discussion with us. And like I want to repeat what you said. Thank you for giving us the answers the way you've given us. Obviously, we are still going to make our own reflections as a committee, so and take a stand on what our view is. Thank you very much. You are excused. We just want to finalize our meeting, but if you mind, you can stay. It doesn't matter because we're rounding up. So if you leave, just leave quietly because we are just concluding. Honourable members, Just as closing remarks, it's just to indicate, first of all, I like to thank before, yeah, maybe I should do that. I hope those that are online don't disconnect first, because there's something I want to say. So our process now is that we're done with public hearings, we're done with all the reports. Our team is going to produce the oversight reports. They are really under serious pressure because they only have to finish that within 5 days, including tomorrow and Sunday, because we must adopt them next week. We don't have any other time after that, I'm correct. So we might want to come back to you members and say, what about us maybe even meeting on Thursday afternoon, depending on what other committee meetings are there. But it's something that we will check and consult you. Or we might also want to say, no, let's have our meeting on Friday. If we're not done, let's also try and see if we can find another day before the sitting, special day before the sitting. We'll work on something, then we'll agree. Then the other thing that is important for me when it comes to our report is the fact that yesterday we agree on what reports we want to see or the format. I'm hoping that the format that's going to ensure that we become more effective as Scopa in dealing with the matters. We must also take into consideration the recommendations made by the Office of the AG on presentations that they've made so that you can take those up. So let me take this opportunity first to thank the Office of the AG. I can see that they are still with us. Thank you very much for being there with us all this time until now. You are really a true partner in assisting us that we ensure this oversight is strengthened. Let me thank the honourable members who are also online and in the house here for attending the meeting and for your participation. I also want to thank the support staff for the sterling work they've done over the past. First, in fact, they did the work when we were in election. They were busy working, and it continued last week in our meeting, and they've also ensured that they do work now. Thank you for that. I now know that you still have a lot of work to do. So, but thank you for the commitment that you have shown, or you continue to show. And our team there with Prince and the team, thank you very much for having this system that allows us to talk to the world, because that's one of the important things about the work of the legislature. It must be accessible to the public out there. Thank you very much. I hope I've thanked everyone. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you. Bye.
So you do the work over there.
They're not denying that they understand and that certification but at some point they did explain. And then there was a time when Circular 21 was no longer an issue because they got that deviation from Treasury. They allowed them to proceed.
I think the
but it
report
was
that
just
you
a
were really
temporary thing. That's why the CFO said they cannot go on deviation, etc. That's why in one of the meetings I said to them,
what I'll do,
talk to Treasury,
I'll talk
find
to
a
members
lasting
individual
solution
that
to
this
this.
report